doing, baby? YouTube should be on. I know Twitch is on. Hey, 124, thank you. Boss, why is today like that? Because it's a Sunday. And it's the Lord's Day, aka my day. And you're in this Twitch stream, so we all like that. Josh, not much is up. How are you doing, buddy? White bread, I am not late hound. I am time hound. I am on time hound. Mork, you haven't missed the Darkest Dungeon stream, but like Final Fantasy Draft is kind of like that. So a Darkest Dungeon stream will be happening. However, I think the last two have been replaced ad hoc by Final Fantasy Draft streams. But we will do Darkest Dungeon again soon. And speak of the breaded devil and they shall appear, Re-Ink Designs has joined the Mango Money Moment Hall of Fame. So we will be kicking this stream off with Re-Ink's deck roast, if they are ready, as they have donated $500 to have me drop what I'm doing and talk about their deck. We haven't even begun yet. They donated, I believe, at like 7 a.m. So we are going to hit the manual. We're going to hit the manual ad break. We are not going to put 5 minutes on the vamp clock as a show of respect for Re-Ink's generous donation. And we are going to get into their deck. DMC, the order for today after Re-Ink. Let me provide you with that. It is Re-Ink, it is DMC, it is Lich, it is Educated Fool, it is Lore Giver, and it is Dirty. So with Re-Ink, we got a big day today. Oh, damn, Alec, that sucks. I'm sorry your power's out, man. That is fucking awful. Alright, Educated Fool is here as well. If we have anybody who doesn't show up, we will just move to the next person in the list who is present. So right now I've seen, we have Re-Ink, we have DMC, we have Educated Fool. And so if Lich doesn't show up by the time we're done with DMC Fool, we will just move on to you. And then we'll keep it pushing that way. Alright, 3-minute ad break. Lich is here, so get fucked, Educated Fool. So we have 3 of the 6 for today. We will be going to the vamp clock after that. We can talk about like Avatar. We can talk about the new Commander's rules change. We can talk about the disaster that is the Pro Tour. Oh, that blows, Alec. Yeah, there's a ton of things. Oh, Cactus Skullbriar will always do numbers. Skullbriar is like, if you have a way to put -1 counters on stuff, Skullbriar gets hosed. In every other situation, Skullbriar is just a house. Yeah, the Tuesday, Total Drama Tuesday is going to be fucked up. How about the situation in Iran? We can absolutely talk about Donald Trump's illegal act of war against the Iranian government. And we have 2 minutes and 13 seconds until this ad break is over. So we can also talk about how J.D. Vance... Oh, this is a good PSA. So J.D. Vance has said, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with their nuclear program. I'm presuming he thinks that's a clever turn of phrase. We all know it's not. We all know it's not. And they just straight up bombed a fucking country. But an important thing to understand when you are arguing with conservatives is they believe that to be clever. A lot of the immediate reaction I've seen to the statement, we're not at war with Iran, we're at war with their nuclear program, is like, oh my god, the conservatives are putting forth a talking point for people to regurgitate, and they're going to pretend it's clever even though they know it's not. And plenty of them do know it's clever, but many of them, many of the reasons you have difficulty debating these people is because the limits of what their brain can comprehend are turns of phrases that are exactly that clever. Like for some of these people, the ceiling of wordplay that you can do stops at basic pun. And so for some of these people, they looked at the statement, we're not at war with Iran, we're at war with their nuclear program, and went, yeah, I think Shakespeare said something like that. Yeah. As if we could go like, Al Qaeda wasn't at war with us, they were at war with our buildings. I'm not at war with that guy, I'm at war with the blood inside his body. And acting like that's different. Hey, thank you, Aaron. Well, there's a difference between being okay with Iran developing a nuclear arsenal and bombing them while pretending that it's not an act of war. Large Narge, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the second month in a row. I'm not angry at the blue player, I'm angry at the counter spells he's playing. Exactly. Like, it's the most basic level of misdirection, and they're still all going to eat it up. Like, I think even 6 months ago at this point, they were talking about, one of the talking points was how Trump was an anti-war president, and he was going to prevent us from getting dragged into another long-term disaster in the Middle East or in any country. And here we fucking are. But at least we're not at war, right? We're just bombing a country because we're at war with parts of the country. That's not war. Yes, Terrence, which again, this is all public-facing information. I'm not going to pretend like the directors of our intelligence agencies and our intelligence operatives are telling us everything all of the time, but all of the public-facing intelligence information that we have heard about is that they are not at nuclear armament capability. Now, Trump and/or Vance is probably going to tweet that they are far along as part of their justification for our invasion of Iran, but everything we have learned over the past like 15 to 20 years is that they don't have nukes. Boss, can I be completely honest with you in some FF14 chilling before the vamp ends and not just copy pasta? I know without a shadow of a doubt that Emmett Selk would be in your personal top 5 villains easy. Like, haha, MMO storylines, me when I click skip dialogue, but it's genuinely so good. See, the last thing I'll talk about is Troper. I believe you. However, I also believe that if I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, it would become my second job. And I genuinely do not believe I could make enough money playing Final Fantasy XIV to justify that. And that is my biggest hang up about playing it, is if I did it, I'm not going to be able to be like, oh, League, I'll play a brawl game, in and out, 15-minute adventure. I'll play a Night Rain expedition. That's a 45-minute commitment, but I can do one and go to bed. If I pick up Final Fantasy XIV, that is like multiple hours a day, and I'm going to convert that into $3. Entario, thank you for the 10-bit cheer. Even more than that, he was going to end the wars. Oh, right, yeah, he talked about what a fucking peacemaker he was. I don't know what the fuck a treasure train is, but it's giving me some type of alert about gift subs being 35% off. So peace and love to whichever one of you do that. Okay, Reink, I'm sorry to delay this even further, but I promise you're going to like this content too. The funniest thing about this to me is that this means Tucker Carlson successfully tricked Ted Cruz into leaking military activity. Because Tucker Carlson had an interview with Ted Cruz in which he was being the snarky bitch that he's always been, but towards another conservative for once. And he was talking about how basically Ted Cruz was bitch-made for not advocating for open military action against Iran if he truly thought they were trying to murder Donald Trump. And Ted Cruz goes, "We are bombing them." Like that. And Tucker Carlson goes, "What do you mean by that?" He doesn't say those exact words, but he goes, "What do you mean by that?" Because We had a military official deny that we were doing anything offensive towards Iran, like yesterday. And Ted Cruz fucking backpedaled and went like, "Oh, we're supporting Israel, who's doing the bombing. We're not bombing them. We're not us." And like, they both still suck. I am not on the. A lot of people did the like instant internet reaction of like, Tucker Carlson's based now, and it's not. It's just two dipshits fighting behind the Denny's. I still hate both of them. But it was a very funny moment where he literally spilled a military operation because he was gotcha'd on a fucking podcast. Tucker did it because Iran is a Russian ally, and if he is the Russian mouthpiece people claim he is, that tracks. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the assholes fighting behind the Denny's. Okay, we have a random smasher pass from Pending Platypus. And then we will get into Re-Ink Designs Roast. Lav, please reconsider that shit. My sibling in Adonalcium. Okay, let's see what we get. Nope, that's nothing. That's nothing at all. Okay, he fit. He's fit. He's obviously motivated. He does notably have lightning coming out of his mouth, which is going to limit some of my opportunities. Based on his rules text, he is good for multiple rounds. He does have a top knot. I need us to consider that. They tried to hide it with the shading. But he does have a top knot and a goatee. And he looks bitey. And for that reason, I'm going to have to pass. And he has a 5 head. What's wrong with that, Drivetrain? Hey, Drive, buddy. What the fuck is wrong? What's wrong with a meaningful amount of real estate on one's forehead? I think that's beautiful. I think that's a beautiful quality on a man. What the fuck are you talking about? And he has a 5 head. I'm watching, chat. I'll take the shot, brother. That's right, nothing. Ilian Tier, thank you for the 7 months in a row. At Tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. You know, I wasn't expecting political discussion, but some commanders incited. True, and I do want... This is another thing I'll probably be posting on TikTok, but it's a good PSA for stream, which is, because I am a yapper, and specifically a comedic yapper, if you like the stuff I say, it's because of my politics. Everything's political. And I don't mean that in the circular, like, oh, mac and cheese is political. I mean that in the way of, like, the things I make fun of in part because of my politics. My politics inform which things I want to, like, poke at, which things I want to parody. My politics inform the language that I choose when I'm doing the roast. If you think I have, like, clever turns of phrases, it's because I'm avoiding certain words because of my politics. You know what would happen if I had different politics? This channel would have just been me pulling up commanders, calling them a slur, and then saying, boom, roasted. And it wouldn't have been successful. Because it's not very funny. Like, there's a million motherfuckers who want to do the type of shit that I'm doing, but fail because they have shitty politics. And their shitty politics inform their worldview, which informs how they try to be funny, and it does not work. Zoria is so real. I will circle back to the Pro Tour stuff and the Vamp Timer. Tizan and Jaded Tyrant, thank you both for the Prime subs. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. How the fuck do we educate ourselves or educate others, because the other side will happily miseducate them? I mean, the best thing you can do is just ask the people you care about questions and try to lead the horse to water. You can't make people drink, but you can't force people to learn a thing they don't want to learn, but you can try to ask them the right questions to get them to open their minds up and discover for themselves the inconsistencies in the things that they believe in. Also, Tier the Prophet, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I appreciate that generosity as well. We have another random Smasher Pass, and then I'm getting into ringing stuff. No more Vamp. Smash. What's up? Sorry. I meant the real Xenos. What's up? It's about to get transcendent in here. Burning chains, please. Please. Lucentis, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Long-time YouTube scum, first-time Twitch goon. Listen, guys, YouTube isn't scum. Twitch TOS prevents me from having their chats on stream, but I love them just as much, probably. All right, Alec. Be safe. Have fun. I hope you have a good day, my friend. Let's go. I scheduled you twice, fool. Where's your other one? Oh shit, I scheduled Lore Giver twice as I'm so fucking dumb, man. Well, then you're gonna go today, actually, because I'm trying to clear that day off my schedule anyway. So if you're good to go today, you're going today and you're not going the other day. Hell yeah. Thank you, brother. Or sister. Or sibling of non-determinate gender. I'm going to Dear Maldhound because the first deck of the day is a very, very special occasion. Re-Ink Designs has donated $500 to get their deck roasted on demand. And so we're going to look at Pokemon Master, a Marchesa, the Black Rose deck. And I swear to God, if this is you trying to be clever about the 87th modular Marchesa deck I've seen in my life, I'm going to get you. Yeah. I want to be a Pokemon Master, and my opponent's decks are looking a lot like Tall Grass. I'm trying to have as few creatures as possible. The idea is you have to weaken and capture... Oh. I see your game. I see the gambit now. So we are stealing and sacking. And that is how... A visit to Cinnabar Island. This seems... Okay, I'm going to assume we have artifacts leaving our graveyard. We only have 8 creatures, so this is basically like never triggering. An old man taught me how to catch Pokemon. So these are our 7 sack outlets. I presume we get one of these. Oh, missing number joke. Okay. I assume we get one of these and the deck works, right? Because we have one on field and then every treason effect is I have your thing forever. Badges. That's very cute. Ditto. I like that. Gold nugget. Dog, what the fuck? Okay, sacrifice I get. Okay. These are fine. I don't know what the fuck you think you need this for, but it is not true. And then random good card hits HMTM. So this is just our interaction section. Grave Pact is fucked up and evil. Eldrazi Monument is really goddamn rude to make sure nobody can ever get their Pokemon back. I'm gonna assume this is fine, because I bet, listen. I see like two real pieces of interaction in this deck. I better scroll down to 20 goddamn ways to rob people. All right, I better scroll down to the next tag, and I better get a million goddamn effects that say gimme. All right, Gilded Drake, beautiful. I was given an egg. That's a very, very cute reference. I also love this card. I wish it was not so terrifyingly bad in Commander. I had a standard deck that I played in Magic Arena when I first started playing that was based around this dumb motherfucker. And I wish he could do anything. Max Revive, very, very thematic. Max Repel. You know, buddy. I don't know if there's a tag alive that would make me forgive a Cyclonic Rift. This one's probably the closest. Pokeballs. We have Synod Sanctum. We have Flicker. So these are our non-command zone ways. Yeah, non-command zone ways to turn a treason effect into... Has to be a mistag. Has to be a mistag here. Pokemart. Oh, now the theme song's playing in my fucking head. God damn it. What's up, Dragon? Riot makes the creature enter with a 1/1 counter. Oh, I mean, sure. That seems a little bit lost in the tall grass. I see what we're doing. So if we combine Ghostly Flicker with Uncivil Unrest, then they have a counter so that we keep them again if they die again. But at the point we have done the Ghostly Flicker thing, we already have the Pokemon. So I think it's a fine... I think it's fine for... Hey, I'm going to double the damage of everything I swing with Dethrone, because I have... Let's be clear, I have no fucking idea how I'm beating the Elite Four with this deck. I am not going to throw my 1/1 Viscera Seer at them. I need somebody else to play a good creature. Probably no custom cards today, Miles. Alright, then a ton of stuff to sack, so that Dethrone gives everything back. Scape Doll. The fuck is that? This better be a good reference, because that's a terrible card. This does not look like Pokemon. Are we mixing our goddamn metaphors? Alright, so this is either really bad interaction, or if we roll a natural 20, we can pretend to do something. Okay, here are the Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Starter, Charizard. You're real for that one. That one's bringing me back up. Oh, the doll lets you free run from combat. Sure. Pokemon Center. Exile 5 cards, and then you Factor, Fiction, Reanimate. That's pretty cute. Then we have Trade. Exchange control of 2 target permanents that share a permanent type. Cultural Exchange. Choose any number of creature target player controls. Same number of creatures another player controls. Exchange control of them. That's cute. So let me talk to you about my worries, Reink, because I love the flavor, right? I love what we're doing with the tags. I don't love what we're doing with the land count. And at 12 theft effects primarily, you are a hater bitch. At 12 theft effects primarily, it seems kind of like we have played this game like every 5-year-old does and have not saved enough money for Pokeballs. I will give you a chance. I think we have a bracket 2 deck cosplaying as a bracket 3 deck, and you would be much happier. You would be much happier playing with the other starters. So let me go to the playtest and see how it actually goes. But what I'm mostly worried about is we're going to get one theft off a game. So we won't play the Pain Land first. We will play the non-committal all-color fixer. Hell yeah. Turn 2, pass. It doesn't matter that I'm land passing. I am humming the Pokemon theme song. Turn 3, land, pass. What the fuck are you gonna do? Nothing. Turn 4, land, pass. But I'm about to pop the hell off. Turn 5, land. Oh shit. Turn 4, it was land commander. We're so back. Turn 5. So we can Mark of Mutiny one thing, and then we can Plumb the Forbidden and copy it. So we have, who cares what it is? It doesn't matter what the creature is, because all we're trying to keep track of, how many things can we steal? So we have stolen a guy. We have sacked a guy to copy Plumb the Forbidden. That is a game action. We get to draw 2 cards, and we lose 2 life. We now have Carrion Feeder, which is phenomenal. We have a repeatable sack outlet. That goes away, who cares? Turn 6. We get Carrion Feeder down. This lets us steal things, yes? Great. We're going to get to do something quite tricky, so we get to... Somebody has red, they have to. We get to Kari Zev's Expertise. Give something haste. Ooh. Oh, 2 or less from hand. Sure. I'll free cast Soul Ring. We get something else. I'm going to swing it at whoever has the most life. I'm going to hope that it's not me. And then I sack it to Carrion Feeder. So we have 2 things that we keep around forever. We land pass. Well, not land pass, but we land... I feel like Conjurer's Closet could be a useful tool that will help us later. Okay, we can sack one of our... Fuck it, we're windfalling. You know what? And re-inked? I'm gonna give you 7. Some dumb son of a bitch was holding 7 cards in their hand. And we get basically nothing useful except, okay, we can do something a little bit tricky. We can roll reversal, give away our Carrion Feeder. Oh no, it has to be things we control. If something better has been played, we can give away one of the things we stole for a different thing we stole. We have the Ghostly Flicker tech. We have the Altar's Reap tech. Jesus, what am I even saying? We have Altar's Reap. So we can use Altar's Reap to turn another creature into draw. Now we can steal one more thing, and we can do the rudest instance of king-making ever known. So we're almost working. We're cutting it pretty close. I think if we don't have that windfall, we weep openly. Now, what I'm worried most about is that we're on turn 8, and we have exactly 2 creatures that mean anything. I don't know if anybody was here yesterday and remembers the bracket 3 Taval deck that we saw yesterday and what they were doing around turn 7, turn 8. But it looked a lot like killing this player with hammers. Now maybe you steal one of their good creatures. There's a lot of sealing when you do this, but I think if you are sitting down at the commander table and your express purpose in life is to kidnap somebody's child, if they don't have an extremely buff child, the deck falls extremely flat. And we have tried to go I worry that we have tried to capture flavor too broadly when we should have been committing very hard to making sure that the primary gimmick was happening over and over and over. Because head games, relating this back to Pokemon, like the only way head games is at all related to Pokemon is that it will bring up the same feeling you got when one of the Elite Four trainers one-hit KO'd your Charizard and you threw your Game Boy across the room in anger. And so what I think what you would benefit from, Reinked, is if we tried to make this less of a 5-course meal and tried to go like, Pokeballs, bitch, bah, and you just chucked at them. Every turn, we want to be ramping or chucking or drawing cards. How does Daring Thief look for this sort of deck for more consistent stealing? There's a lot of effect, specifically if we want to be... Head games is Sweet Scent. I raise you. Like if we just say words, anything is anything. Blatant Thievery, Cosplay Team Rocket. Thank you for the 10 bits, Ontario. Shifting Grift, maybe. Like the thing is, Pokemon doesn't have a ton of pure swapping outside of that one Everstone Gambit, and so I think in really what I'm trying to say is you got to put the Psych Rift down and back away slowly, because you are not powerful enough to handle the heat that is going to come for you the moment you include Game Changers. I think the theme is incredibly cute, and I can understand you wanting to include things from each of these categories to hit the flavor. But the moment you're like, hell yeah, baby, bracket 3, you're taking like a level 3 Charmander into Giovanni's gym. This is 100% a bracket 2 mess around. So that is the primary change that I would recommend. The secondary change that I would recommend is wherever we can. I don't know if we have too many ways to get permanent based card draw. Like we already have the Dockside Chef. Giovanni's not a gym leader. Swear to God, I fought that motherfucker in like a rock gym. Ooh. Got him. God damn it. I hate that MLP just comes in and says stuff that is blatantly wrong and then says fucking got him. Anyway. This is extremely cute. I think we would benefit from owning our cuteness, and particularly when we have not a ton. I don't want to say a ton because it's going to get me in trouble with my lawyers. When we have a couple ways to flicker things. This is probably our Team Rocket situation, where we can steal multiple things at once. Oh no, this isn't what I'm thinking of. Well, I mean, this creature is still whatever. We get Myriad on the stolen creature, which is fine. But what I'm thinking of is if we have any way to steal more than one thing, or genuinely like, oh, who's that fucking, there's like a octopus man that can do it. Who is this motherfucker? I think it's the Mind Goblin. That's too many cards. I was trying to limit the number of creatures. Those 10-year-olds don't start with 20 Pokemon in their pocket, LOL. So that is both fair, and if we want to have limits like that, we have to draw hard lines. When you're trying to do gimmicks that are bad, you benefit much more from really tightly restraining yourself to the gimmick if it is a mechanical based gimmick. Because like these are clearly Pokemon, and we have clearly included them because they're quite good. And so if there are other creatures that are quite good, it becomes this very amorphous feeling of like, okay, well, are you really standing on business for the bit, or are you like a modern day Christian where you kind of pick and choose which things you want and which things it's like, eh. So if we want to go, all I have is my starting Pokemon and an egg, then we can do that. If we want to have a starting team, we can do that. If we want to have 10 starting Pokemon, we can do that too. But I think these types of gimmicks, when they can be grafted so explicitly from one property to the other, they benefit a ton from drawing some really hard lines about like, this is the play space that I get to work in. I get to pick my starting team of Pokemon. I get to pick my one starting Pokemon. Put Yuffie in as a member of Team Rocket. See, this is a situation where, first of all, terrible. Second of all, stop trying to lead Re-Inked further astray, because this is the exact problem I was bringing up earlier of we're going too broad. Commander is a relatively narrow experience in the context of each individual game. You can have a ton of emotions and feelings that you can capture across different decks. In the context of one Commander game, you got to be pretty locked into your fucking bit. There's no breaking character. There's no swapping characters. You are in there. And so if we start doing like, oh, let's shove in Team Rocket references, there is a Team Rocket deck that we can make. But this is already a double wrapped Chipotle burrito, and it's getting a little messy. We cannot fit somebody with a bob cut in on top of it. So what I would recommend this is the Ash Ketchum deck. This is Ash Ketchum, but it's an older hot lady. And what we should do for that deck is we need a lot more card advantage. Now, how we navigate that flavorfully, there's any number of ways to do it, but mechanically, we want to be up on theft effects. We only need to hit one sack outlet, so we don't necessarily have to be up on sack outlets, but we have to have a lot of draw, and holy fuck, do we need some more ramp, dog. Mojo Muffin, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Mrs. Ketchum? I like that. Really what's happening here, you get, I will say, A minus. A minus in metaphors. C plus in building a deck. Because we are playing just enough Magic that we don't get the bracket 1 please called on us. I thought with the rocks, the altars, and the flare mana, it would be good. You have enough total mana sources. I think it's more of thinking about how you're going to use mana. The first thing that has to happen basically every game is we have to play Marchesa as quickly as possible. With a 3-mana commander, that typically means we want to do whatever we can to guarantee we're going to ramp on turn 2 so we can play our commander turn 3. This is divorced from the bit. I think you can achieve this while still being flavorful, but you need to eat your goddamn Wheaties, which for you is a 2-mana rock, so you can play your commander on turn 3, because if the commander's not out, the bit effectively cannot happen. You have like 3 cards in the deck that will turn it on without her. So after we get her out, the way we really want to use mana is to double cast a theft and a sack spell, or to play one of our good outlets and then begin playing theft spells after that. But we are relatively mana hungry, and none of our turns are explosive enough to justify a dark ritual. This is another, you are writing a threat check that your Ash, pun intended, cannot cash. Like we are, like you are carrying around an HM for Hyper Beam on your level 8 Mankey, and you are gonna get mugged for it. And so I think most of these, especially like, maybe the curses can work, but most of these that are trying to make you a ton of fast mana, these are only allowable because they sack a thing, which can work with your steal effects. But like, what you do have is the fairest Jeska's Will turn of all time. Bone Lord, you think I'm about to look up HMs? Who fucking cares? Mankey being unable to learn Hyper Beam is a part of it. That is us not being able to cash the check. This is what kills you motherfuckers, is getting bogged down in the details. So other stuff that is probably... This is genuinely crazy. Honestly, I get that it's orb shaped, and that's what brought you in. I'm trying to think how we... Even Conjurer's Closet, like, because Ghostly Flicker, that's 100% not a Pokeball, and we know that. That is 100% the mechanical thing. The mechanical thing that is happening is good for me, and so I am going to use a metaphor to lie about how it fits the flavor. I think Pokemon Center is quite cute. I think the trade is cute enough. Although that's really what... The Haunter reference, I think, is to deal psychic damage that I can't even understand. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Can we add take for, take for a ride? It's just a good theft effect at possible instant speed. I mean, I'm sure we can, but I don't think... It's mostly like, who cares on the theft effects? Because we have a million of them that we could potentially add. Like, all of these are fine. The only issue with them... We're also dedicating way too much fucking mana to Sweet Scent if we ever want this deck to win a game. Because this is... What if I helped you in the hopes that it could one day help me instead of just helping me? That's a... I'm okay with you taking that L for flavor, but we have to understand that we are taking a fat L every time we cast one of these cards, and if we do that, we're not making it out of bracket 2, brother. White Bread, I am obligated to ban you if you push that agenda any further. No, Kill, I like this gimmick because the core gimmick of Pokemon is that you have to weaken the Pokemon, which I think killing them outright, hey, sure. I wish that I could capture Pokemon that I had killed. That would have made the game way better. DMC 12 theft effects means we're probably drawing one a game. In the previous game, we got multiple because we had Windfall. This game, we get 2 in our opening hand, but we don't have our third color. And so if we mulligan... We have, okay, I let somebody else potentially win the game. I steal a thing. I achieve nothing. I potentially steal a thing forever. We can kind of work with that, and we have 3 colors. Hell yes, look at that, a 2-mana rock. The day is fucking saved. We Arcane Signet. We get our commander down. So now we Conjurer's Closet. On turn 4. Turn 5. We have 6 mana. We Proteus Staff. And now we've hit no draw, no other theft effects. So everything that we are doing in this game has to be achieved via the combination of our one attempt at Proteus Staff into Kari Zev's expertising the good creature into flickering it with Conjurer's Closet. Jesus fucking God. Okay. So with Proteus Staff on the field, 2 and a blue, we turn it into something else. It becomes a creature. If this creature is bad, we explode. It is turn 6 of a commander game, and we have resolved a 3/3 and a hope and a prayer. If it's okay, we're kind of in business because we can steal it with Conjurer's Closet at the end of the turn. Like it either gets dethroned, and if they shoot it, we get it, or we Conjurer's Closet it, then we get it. And now we're gonna Jeska's Will, which we do not deserve. There we go. And now we get Mass Mutiny and a sack outlet. So God has chosen you. But there are so many parallel timelines in which God doesn't choose you. So we do Mass Mutiny, we swing it at everybody, and then we pray to Jesus, and then we sacrifice everything. So now we have a board of 1 creature from each player. This is adorable, and it is just barely working. And the level of like, this is just barely working, and it's a jank engine, we don't get cards like this. We just got the Heart of the Cards mauled. No, you do not. I have it. I have the Heart of the Cards, and my angelic touch is helping this deck against my will. But if we touch more cardboard, we're fine. I think we need... First and foremost, I think this motherfucker has to die. I think this motherfucker is here just for a tag and serves basically no function in the deck. Gate to Phyrexia is... This must be such a deep cut that it's given you brain damage. It's an infinite combo? Get rid of it! What do you mean? That's not a defense! That's an allegation! You can go 8 turns, all I have is a 3/3, or you can go infinite? You don't deserve that! You don't get to go Charmander, Mankey, Dragonite. The joke was Old Man Cinnabar Island gets missing number. I don't know what that joke is, but I will tell you I appreciate it. Now shoot it in the fucking head. So that can be card draw. I think Dark Ritual can be card draw. Jeska's Will can be card draw. Clones are good enough and Ditto is cute enough. For these 2 creatures, I think a decision has to be made about what is the gate we are putting on the number of creatures we can have? Is it a starting team? Are we allowed to have 1? Are we allowed, like, what is the set number of creatures that are in our starting team? And then Egg, I think, is cute beyond that. Max Revive is cute enough. Get this the fuck out of there. I love Goad. These are all very fine, but we need more Pokemart, and we need more weakened Pokemon at the end of the day. Because I have seen a deck like this function without having the Pokemon restriction placed on it, but we are microwaving and Uncrustable right now in terms of cookery levels. Because we have a really bad... Honestly, this is Grime on Charizard, because Charizard can at least handle the whole game if you pump him hard enough. We are never getting 20 artifacts. I'm gonna sneeze. But it's cute as hell. That, and I might drop Sweet Scent to just the Proteus Staff. I would recommend that, because what I'll tell you for free, well, not for free, what I'll tell you for $500 is there is no resolution of head games that will make anybody truly happy. I think there are instances where it will be funny, but I think this is funny in your mind palace, and I think when you resolve this in a game, the only reasonable thing you can do is give somebody one good creature that you want to steal and 3 lands, and then they hate you forever, which is a little bit funny. It's less funny in bracket 2 Precon Jail, which is where you're going to be living. That's true. How do we feel about the catchphrase, catch 'em all? How do we feel about that sentence? It's in the show. You can't fight that. I'll pull up a clip right now. Don't fucking test me. So something like that might be good for the end game, because the situation I'm terrified of this deck is you have no way out of Precon Jail, which is probably why we have the infinite combo in here. You didn't know if you could justify 9 mana in a deck that's going to take this game to turn fucking 20 before it can win. That's incredibly responsible of you, my friend. We're at least on 36 lands, but this does not win fast. You are in this game for the long haul. Like, this playtest, we get to bam bam. We hit no fucking colors because we're 2 utility land pilled, which is fucking excellent. So no turn 2 commander, no turn 3 commander. Turn 4, we get our commander. Beautiful. Turn 5, we crank for Signet so we can get some motherfucking pips in this house. We can Mark of Mutiny and then sack it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But this is turn 5 to get one creature that somebody else has cast. If they've only cast okay stuff, we are just waiting. So you can justify 9 mana, not because you're ramping so quickly, but because the only game you can win is a very long game. There's nothing in this deck that can end the game quickly, and so you need to play to that, and you need to be more willing to have like big finisher stuff like Rise of the Dark Realms, as long as we can tie it to the game in some way. I got a game plan of hoping my opponent's decks aren't dog shit, lol. No, I think you need to hope that, dog. If if your only defense is a lone 3/3, you definitely need to hope your opponent's decks are dog shit. What this deck plays, like, it hopes that your opponent is going to resolve like a 10 power Skittles, and that's what you're going to be allowed to take. I mean, you could pop in any very expensive big creature as Mewtwo, and I think it probably works as long as it floats. But steal in general is not a strong game plan. You're probably not going to steal a creature that can win you the game the first theft you get. Like, let's say the ceiling of what you can steal is somebody else ramps out to their Galta and Maverin, and you get to take that. This is like the best possible thing for you, and that's like 9 combats until you can win the game, and you're public enemy number 1. You have no protection magic. You have basically no removal for the bad things people try to do with you. You have nothing to say about an artifact or an enchantment player calling you a name. And this is all just to impress upon you that we are deep, deep in the bracket 2 sauce, and we gotta stay there. But I like the gimmick, it's cute. See, okay. Chat, what chat is wrong about, not all of chat, but a few people in chat are wrong about, is this is the correct commander for Pokemon Master. There might be better commanders for stealing creatures specifically. Marchesa of the Black Rose is 100% the perfect and correct commander for the Pokemon trainer bit. The only problems that we have with it is that we've gone very, very wide in how we're trying to satisfy this flavor, and we have not gone narrow enough on straight up finding Pokemon. Like, we're rocking up to the Elite Four with a team of 3. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm gonna get killed by a Shelder. What are you gonna do about the Spheal, bro? Like, that's what we don't have, is we're gonna get to most of our end games having stolen 1 to 3 Pokemon. Yeah, we could even do Team Rocket Bits where we did more like direct theft. And I think that would be acceptable flavorfully and would help us a lot mechanically. But we're really, really lacking. Like when other people are casting 8 mana spells, we are taping 3 or 4 2 to 3 mana spells together and praying. And that's what we've got to correct. So I'm going to... Re-Ink, I appreciate you. I think this is monkey in the middle a little bit right now. Because we have some cards in here that are clever. We have a lot of cards in here that are too clever by half. We have a couple game changes in here that you got to Old Yeller immediately. But I do think this is a cute bit, and I think you've picked the right commander and direction to go. So we're going to go to the manual ad break. We're going to put 5 minutes on the vamp clock, and then it's time for DMC. We need something that lets you survive death on 1 and call it Focus Sash. I don't need is a crazy strong word for that, brother. It would again be a cute thing, but this deck is chock full of cute stuff, alright? This looks like 18 stuffed animals shoved into a Pringles can. Not unlike what a Pokeball is. So if anything, I think we have to kill some of the cute stuff to fit functional stuff. Like, you just need one cute interaction to make a commander deck socially. Like, Savian, get the fuck out of here with Silent Arbiter. Get the fuck out of here. Also, Lunaire and Whiskey, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Robbery, but I yell Pokemon quotes. I mean, that, yes, that could genuinely work if we just did bribery effects and we yelled like, Butterfree, I choose you. Like, if you're just good at improv, if you're good at naming things on the fly, then this deck can just be I cast bribery and I rename your shit after Pokemon. When I started building this deck, I was afraid I would have 64 tags. That's so real, and that is a reason why, like, so many, if you have a theme deck that you want to build, like a Pokemon deck, there is a reason Universes Beyond stuff is typically a set rather than one single commander deck. These properties are incredibly broad. You are not going to be able to capture all of the flavor you want to capture under the umbrella of one MILF. You have to expand, and at any time you want to do a theme deck where the theme is a different piece of media you like, that is multiple decks. That is multiple decks every time. July 1st, Baconator. Slight Coyote, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I don't know if the deck needs it, but the new self-destruct card from Final Fantasy is a good Pokemon reference. Oh, that's true. That would be a very cute flavor ad that we can throw in last minute. Because this is basically a fling spell. As long as you steal something that doesn't have a massive ass. Okay, 13 seconds left in the ad break. I am going to put 5 minutes on the vamp timer. And then it's time for DMC. Mauled, I want you to know this deck has inspired me to make a terrible deck that may or not be in next month's roast section depending on how long it takes me to brew. This is both a threat and a promise. Skinny, I am looking forward to it. I enjoyed it very much, Re-Ink. Thank you for your submission. We've got a random Smasher Pass from Luxanu. That's a child, so pass. Would I adopt him No, it looks like he is messing with dangerous and destructive magics. I want to make a British Empire themed deck. Found Council of Four, but does not spark joy. Any suggestions? My primary suggestion is we run back the PSA I just did, which is you have picked an incredibly broad topic. It cannot be contained in one commander deck. You must either narrow your focus or push it across multiple decks. There's so many things within the British Empire that you can parody or do completely faithfully, but there are so many things. And so if you try to just go into a deck with the idea of, oh, this entire deck is British Empire themed, you're going to get decision paralysis because you're going to have like literally thousands of cards that fit. Empires is not a foreign concept to Magic the Gathering. There's a ton of mechanics that fit it. There's a ton of things that you can stretch to fit it. And so you're just going to be left with too much, and it's going to end up like this Pokemon deck where we're reaching for like bad shit just as a like random flavor include. And you're going to end up with 99 random flavor includes and 0 working commander decks. I'm British, it's mainly theft of cultures. Yeah, like theft works. You could do a navy deck, you could do a deck of balding men. Mimo, what's your opinion on mirrors? Have you seen the top 8 brackets for the Pro Tour? I have. I think it's stupid as fuck. I think mirror matchups can be cool. Some of the most fun I have ever had playing Magic came doing a control mirror. I think playing the control mirror is incredibly interesting. I think the mirrors that we're getting is just 2 drooling monkeys hucking shit at each other. That is what the top 8 of the Pro Tour is. These decks are incredibly simple. Like, they're still better players than me. I would not have qualified for the Pro Tour. I would not have made it to the top 8. We are watching monkeys throw hammers at each other. That is how the mono red aggro deck works. That is how the Is It Prowess deck works. It is straight up foolish. I didn't watch the Domain Mirror because I hate enchantments. But I would immediately say the Domain Mirror was much more complicated than any of the mirrors in this top 8 will be. Also, Jello Sloth, what does low versus high bracket X mean to you? I feel like there's a real gap between these. Typically, if I hear somebody say, mine is a low bracket X, what I hear is, I belong in the bracket below this one, but there is a powerful card I wanted to use. When somebody tells me it's a high bracket 2 or it's a high bracket 3, what I hear is, my deck works. When somebody says this is a low bracket 3 or a low bracket 2, what I hear is, this is a bracket 2 deck, but there are a couple game changers I really, really like playing with, and so I'm trying to make it work at 3. And if you say it's a low bracket 2, it's like, this should have been a bracket 1 deck, but I put an infinite in here. Right, gotta play that Rhystic Study I pulled. That's every low 3 I've heard of is like, oh, this deck doesn't work, but I put Rhystic Study in it. Also, Jester the Clown, thank you for... What are the thoughts on the social ethics of using removal engines? We don't have a lot of time. Removal engines are good. You have to be able to win off of them, particularly if you are in bracket 2 or bracket 3, where a big point of the game is us having an exciting time. I'm not going to say it has to be fun all the time, but it should be stimulating. Do not use removal engines if their primary output is having the game slow way down without you achieving a chokehold. Got it. Got it. Oh yeah, more clean. Like Urza is bracket 4 jail every time. Lazav on TikTok saying, my decks are built bracket 4 and piloted as a 2. Lazav, I don't have the time to put 40 minutes on the vamp clock to talk about how much I hate that. So, walk with God, brother, because you're not walking with me. All right, next, it's time for DMC's roast. Let's go to the right day. It's time to bring down the sinister goon Vizier. Also, Swamp Gorbling, congratulations on upping that protein intake. I'm proud of you, buddy. Let's see what the primer says. Oh, God. We all know I love women, but I also love wizards. I'm a wizard. I'm the Goon Vizier. I love pondering orbs. The only reason the deck is at all spooky is because Anala has eminence. We are not here to make infinite combos, fuck Thoracle. I just want to show off the orb pondering squad. I'm going to play some wizards with ETBs. I'm going to copy them. I might get to keep them. I'm going to play some completely unrelated orbs to ponder. Sometimes they save my life and win me the game, but they're not good. The deck usually wins by using some kind of trick with the beam wizards, but I've found the deck can win by wizard overrun. I see we are making an attempt at fair Anala. Inadvisable. Rude. But let's see. 36 lands, $450. Unreadable text on the commander, but this is an eminence effect that says whenever a wizard ETBs on your control, you can pay a colorless, and you can make a token copy of the wizard with haste. But you exile it at the next end step, and you can tap 5 untapped wizards to make somebody lose 7 life. Now, this is typically bracket 4, if not CEDH jail, but I see a twink. And perhaps the twink will save us. So we have beam wizards. When it comes into play, shoot somebody for non-basic lands. When they cast a non-creature spell, deal damage equal to power. Oh, we are wizard maxing, baby. Basalt Ravager. Well, that could get fucked up if you got a lot of wizards. Right. Oh shit. What's this backside doing? Hey, what the hell? Hey, what the hell's going on here? Alright, and then we have everybody can lose a third. So these 6 are probably doing 80% of the damage we ever see. Copies on oh. No. Just one time, I want the value engine to not be 18 interactions stapled together. I just want one cool interaction. You've already got 2 wizards. You've already had 2 of your wizards. Oh, not... I hate to say it, that's kind of clever. That's kind of clever. I now refuse to believe that there's only one reason the deck is potentially spooky. Alright, so we can bounce a ton of wizards back to hand, potentially. We can make even more copies. Enhancements for wizards. The Cuck Chair. Amazing. We can cast stuff with flash. We can cost reduce them. These seem quite bad. On instant or sorcery, make a wizard. But wizard banner. Okay. Finding the right spells. So we're going to turn wizard copies into draw. We have Bob. Beautiful. We have a Wizard. It says wizard. I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Hey, thank you, Sherlock. You're going to hell, buddy. Straight up. We need to wait for DMC to sound off, because now I'm worried that they're not here. To hear what a little bitch they are. To hear what a little fucking toad they are. Only reason... What did they say about the only reason it's at all spooky? At all spooky because of eminence. Truly, I agree. Having Kefka Court Mage trigger 4 times when I lay them down. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Without Anal Eminence, this wouldn't work. I'm gonna need you to take that sentence and go sit by a mirror with it for a moment. We have wizard cycling. This motherfucker's a wizard too. This is a truly terrible card. My god. I'll keep the copies. Thanks. Alright? We've paid for our Anala triggers. Okay. It's what wizards do! It is what they do. That's so bad. Wait, why? Wait. Is it... Didn't you say wizard overrun was possible? Why are we doing this? It's spherical. No. I'm not there is no way. There is no way this is every spherical card in Magic. If we are going to be shooting our own dicks off in the name of it's a fucking orb, I'm making you include all of them. We don't get to pick and choose. We're not Christian. If you're saying we're playing everything that's an orb, they say orb. Not true. This says ball. This says ball, you lying motherfucker. I can pick my orbs. Flavor fail. I take you before the military tribunal. You are neglecting your orbs, soldier. What say you? It doesn't look like you're pondering, DMC. It looks like you're slacking. I can't help but notice. Where's our life gain, DMC? We're ignoring the orbs, DMC. Why aren't you committed? Why aren't you committed to your spell books? We don't have to ponder every orb. I draw you back to you saying we put them in because they're orbs. If we don't have to ponder all of them, why don't we kill the ones that fucking suck? I even allow Resurrection Orb. Hi, baby.
I'm stealing.
Okay. Oh my god, we don't even have... We don't even have the good orb used by the literal wizard. I charge you with the highest charge I can... I don't want to use the word charge again. I charge you with the highest crime I can, playing bad cards on purpose to try to make me mad when there was a perfectly good card that fit the bill. Palantir is pricey. I know you're proxy pilled, you liar. Palantir is pricey. My group gets salty about expensive proxies, remember? It's only $19. What are you talking about expensive? Okay. I'm taking that as we have caught you. Very funny. cut these dumb motherfuckers immediately. Cut these dumb motherfuckers instantly. Necromancy. Yeah, this is cute and clever. No thanks. Oh. Okay, fair hole breaker. Very funny. Fucked up and evil, fucked up and evil. Fucked up and evil, indeed. Okay, alright, I like this section. This is dog shit, this is hateful. We have... This is a fucking wizard too, man. Why is everybody I hate a fucking wizard? I feel like a Black Clover character. Bloodline Necromancer is part of an Anala Infinite. Probably. I'm gonna assume that we don't have the rest of the Infinite. And then we have 36 lands, which is a teensy bit low, but at 10 ramp, and what's our curve? Oh, yeah. Limp is a wizard's wrist. Beautiful. Let me see how it playtests right now before we suggest any solutions and before my blood pressure gets any higher. Turn 1, I ponder for the bit. 2, 3. I will draw the cuck chair. Turn 2. I don't know. I had no idea.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, then they are not.
Okay,
They are
then
not
I'll
in
pick
here.
somewhere.
All right, turn 2 we ramp. Turn 3 we don't have to play Anala because we're fucking cheaters, but we do play the chair. Oh, it'll trigger twice, so Exclusion Mage comes in. So this will trigger... Oh, God, we're going to bounce like 4 things here. So, Anala triggers twice, right? We pay once. We copy it, but each of these trigger twice. So we get 4 things. We can bounce 4 creatures to hand. Anybody that has set anything up can go fuck themselves. Oh, Anala triggers 1 time. Okay. Same difference because we're only paying for it once. We double trigger this wizard. We make a copy of it with Anala. We sack the copy to Corrupted Conviction or Village Rites, whatever this card draw spell is. We hit... We do nothing for 3 turns. We annoy the fuck out of everybody with a mass bounce. We tap land pass. Shadow Wizard Money Gang, baby. I guess we can play Anala. It's a 4/5. That's not nothing. And now Anala will double trigger. Hell yeah, baby. More setup. Don't worry about it. We wizards. We got some orbs coming down the pipe. Are they good orbs? No. Are they terrible orbs? Yes. Next turn. Hell yeah. Roughly orb-shaped. Alright, I got pendants. I got pendants you can't conceive of. I look through that gemstone, I'm seeing dimensions you aren't even aware of, my friend. And then I board wipe everybody. Just by the way, I board wipe everybody. Next turn. The 3rd mana rock hits the tower. But we still have the cuck chair. Hell yeah. God hates this deck just as much as I do. Hell yeah, we ramp more. We have more money than God. We have more money than God. Not a single orb to our name. Fuck yeah. Wizard time. Wizard time. I make an extra. Hold on, I pay 4 for this wizard. Anala triggers twice. I pay both. I make all these fucking copies. I immediately sack to the legend rule. I end my turn in shame. Fuck yeah, baby. Alright, I'm gonna release you and take us to the next playtest. Straight up unkeepable hand. Just straight up unkeepable. Free mulligan. I'm holding you to that shit. I'm holding you to this shit, DMC. We orb maxing? Let's maximize some goddamn orbs. I'm gonna surveil one. I mean, fuck it. I guess you're probably important to this deck. Alright, so 3 turns of land pass. Anathemancering doesn't really do anything right now, other than give us a 2/2 so the dinosaur player doesn't eat us. I will wait a turn. Obeka. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I am aware of the interaction. God damn it, dude. Too little, too late. So we Anathemancer. I will pay the 1 to get the Anathemancer copy. We are slowly but surely on layaway. We are working towards this corrupted conviction. Don't you all worry one little bit. We corrupted conviction the token copy. Hell yeah. Now we ramping. Now it's over for these losers. I got a 2/2 and a 3/4. We get a land. I will spend 5 mana on Orbs of Warding, because as DMC said, it's clearly important to the strategy of orb maxing. You dumb motherfucker. Turn 8. What do we get to do? We board wipe everybody, because we probably have to at this point. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We wait to cast Urtai until it can maximize how angry all of our friends are. So we go down 4 mana. We do 1. Boom. Second Urtai. Countered. Destroyed. In shambles. And we'll pretend that I played the mirror box on my turn to set up for this because I'm not that rude. So we have 2 Urtais now. The wizard overruns Strata's coming. I spend 1 million mana making every copier known to man. Like Reflections of Littjara goes into copying Archmage of Echoes, and then an Anala trigger hits for each copy of this, and I pay into both of it. And we don't have the mana for it, but who cares? The deck needs it. Fuck yeah. Unclaimed territory. 11 turns into the game. I think we find a way to win here because we have Mirror Box and we have 4 flyers. Because I think these are all 7/7s now. So this is how the deck came together, is by sticking 18 copiers together and getting to Mirror Box. Each of these gets, because it's each other, yeah. Each of these gets +3/+3 from the other copies of the Archmage of Echoes. Anala only triggers on non-token ETB. Not in this laboratory, motherfucker. I want out of this playtest, man. It triggers whenever I fucking say it triggers. Okay. So DMC, I'm gonna come to you as a friend right now. You know what we just watched. You know that's not a great look. We both know it could have done better. Maybe the deck got a little bit of straight stage fright. And what I definitely know is that wouldn't have happened if we had more card draw instead of 4 absolutely goddamn nonsense orbs. If it was an orb you could use, I would forgive the pondering. But we are... we are cooking with gas station hot dog grease. What if we had more orbs? See, I would allow that. I would allow an orb that we could actually ponder. But what I can't allow is the orb if I fuck myself. Hey, thank you, Sam. Akodo, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. So what I think we would benefit from is more repeatable card draw and genuinely fewer copies on copies. I understand what drew you to this, and what I want to impress upon you is with every additional copier you put in when your command zone is already a copy, you are jacking the variance of this deck through the fucking roof. That's dangerous. You are like this is if you had one of those like car improvement shows where they took your like old Honda Civic in and they brought it back, but the only thing they made cooler was they put a nuclear reactor inside the engine, and they were like, yeah, baby, we don't really know how to fuel it. We just stuffed some pigeons in there. We're pretty sure this thing's going to break the sound barrier or explode as soon as you put the key in. But that's life, you know? That's you building this deck. And so I think there's some things like Cloudstone Curio that get to be supremely cute with your commander. I think like Panharmonicon is just brainworm slop. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. So you'd rather we be Shadow Wizard Money Gang over the Orb Pondering Squad. I'm game, check the considering section. I'm down with that. I do want to be clear. You're not the Orb Pondering Squad. We weren't pondering any of these fucking orbs because we don't have the card draw to get through the deck. But I want us to stop pondering shitty loser orbs. I'm fine with like Ponder. I'm fine with Resurrection Orb. But in addition to not pondering loser orbs, I think we should cut down on the non-flavorful copying, because it's going to allow us to make the deck more reliable, and it's still going to have a lot of ceiling. Anything that allows you to make token copies of the shit you're playing when you can cheat the trigger with stuff like Obeka, that's going to have a high potential for overrun, no matter how you do it. But the more like, especially the more expensive ones, like the 4 and 5 mana permanents, where we are slowing down our game plan to try to really edge our own deck into a bigger wizard explosion later on, is Funny Sentence, bad play pattern. Might be fine if we were in high power and we were like, I'm doing this to win the game, but we are 100% in the goofy zone. We are hucking our way through all of these turns. So let me go down to the considering section and see what you've got. Beam Wizards. This thing's whatever. If we were more reliable about breaking the legend rule, I would feel better about Queen Brawny, but I think too much of the rest of our deck isn't dedicated to her, so we're going to play her, be like, haha, wizard maxing my fellow gents, and then swing her, and she's going to die. Wizard enhancements. You did this to make me mad. You sly motherfucker. You were sitting on this? You're sitting on the Sage of Fables? You motherfucker. Alright. I think this is terminally whatever. I think most of the things from finding the right spells need to go in here. I'm not even sure about Riptide Detector, but I'm going to hit you with the current, like, I was going to make a joke about this being like the ChatGPT of card draw, but ChatGPT only comes up with wrong stuff, and this is the right shit. I'm going to immediately declare that you should be struck with Stock Up and Memories Returning. These are both just tremendously good cards that will get you a lot of cards. No thanks. We should probably have Subtle Epiphany. This is like the most wizard spell to ever wizard. We already have Circle of Power. I don't think you need either of these orbs. Sage of Days would also be fine, but you definitely need more of these because the deck is doing quite a lot of nothing. Oh, Drew, Memory Deluge. So those 3 cards can instantly replace some of the bad orbs. And then we have that 1 card draw wizard. And then you forgot the goat. This is where I will allow you to get silly with copying. We have Aether Channeler. This is where I will let you get silly with copying. Because with this, it is not I commit a shitload of mana and I just copy everything I do and hope for the best. This is, I finally got a Beam Wizard. I'm going to copy hit 3 times and I'm going to use a bunch of mana to win the game. I didn't include him because I had other ability copiers. That is true. Your other ability copiers are lazy and bad. Okay, your other ability copiers are potheads. This guy is a crackhead. You need him. Okay, you need this energy. He's up at 4 a.m. stealing copper wire out of people's homes. You need that vibe. We do not need fucking Chuck E. Cheese's House of Value. So I would suggest... I would at minimum kill Panharmonicon and Reflections of Littjara. I don't even like Archmage of Echoes that much, but I'll allow you to keep it only because it's a flying attacker. Dualcaster's definitely just in here. Like, this is Dancing with the Stars for Dualcaster Mage. He's just in here because he used to be famous. I think he's fine. I don't think there's anything, like, that hot that you're going to do with him. And, like, you'd rather him be Gogo. Because if you're low on card draw, Gogo can multi-copy a Cloudkin Siri TB. If you are trying to find a way to end the game, Gogo can multi-copy an Anathemancer trigger. Dualcaster has a bunch of utility with our instants and sorceries. Yeah. All 15 of them. All the ones we're not going to draw. Yeah. Yeah, and then there's the fetch trick. But overall, Gogo is... I would play Gogo over any copier you currently have. I do not care how good you think it is. This crazy motherfucker is better. So Dualcaster does not have to die. But I think what is sauceless is Panharmonicon and Reflections of Littjara, and I think Archmage of Echoes is only skating because of their capability in Ass-Beater Scrabble. Cloudstone Curio, I think, is the copier that has the most sauce, because you get to, like, trampoline game with your token copies to get the original wizard back to hand. So I think that's cute, and I think that's going to be fun for you to pop out on people. These I can't really hate on just because they're cheap. So, like, yeah, it's fine. Mirror Box is fine. Molten Echoes, I think is sauceless. I think you could find a cooler option than this, but it is not mechanically wrong. So I like a lot of stuff from the considering section. I do not think we need Nightscape Battle Mage. Jesus God. I would agree with Sublime Epiphany. I would also probably agree with Virtue of Persistence. Yeah. Time Stream Navigator would not be funny. You stop that right now. What do we think of Beguiler of Wills? It might be a bit too expensive. This is never going to work for us. This is never going to work for us. She bad, but I don't think we're ever going to achieve the critical mass of wizards to make this good, because we're also not playing into untapped synergies at all. Yeah, and so that's your homework. I think you... Where's that meme of the horse that's like very, very good until the last little bit and then they got lazy? That's my feeling on this deck, DMC. There's a lot of interactions in here I think are nice. I think you have a truly shocking number of ways to win the game. And then we just chucked some orbs in, and then we just chucked some doublers in, and we called that shit a day. And so I challenge you to upgrade the sauce levels of this deck. As both playtests, we had to go out in to double-digit turns to have a chance at anything but sadness. But I do like where your head's at. So thank you very much for the submission. We're going to go to the next manual ad break, and then after you, it's Lich's turn. We'll be right back. I'm going to refill my water. And then we're going to put 5 minutes on the vamp clock again. Okay, we're back. We're going to put 5 minutes on the vamp clock and then Revived Lich, you are here. Hey Malt, so last night I got absolutely crushed in my LGS. I want to go back in a week or two with an absolutely disgusting mono black deck that will become a nightmare for the guys. Do you have any recommendations? I thought of a World Flyer, Cruel Claws, and Middle Finger response, but my buddy said the LGS would likely use the table to beat me to death. What deck should I go for to bring pain but not get killed? LOL. Okay, the first thing to do is disconnect the idea in your head of being able to like gotcha the LGS and having that be a good thing. You came in at the wrong level and you got smacked in the fucking face for it. That does suck. Attempting to inflict that same feeling on them is always wrong. Not in the context of one individual game, but if you're like, oh fuck, I came in too soft, I need to go as far over the top of them as they were over the top of me, you're just going to create a bad social dynamic at your LGS. So I would never do World Fire Cruel Claw. That just sucks. Like genuinely, the response you would get from that deck is not they'll beat you to death. The response is they'll be like, is that it? No, this was 3 games at bracket 2 and I wasn't allowed to even play Magic. I mean, that sounds like no commander deck can beat one adult conversation. If it was 3 games at bracket 2 and you're saying you were not allowed to play Magic, either somebody at the table was bringing something that was way over bracket 2 or you were playing something that's much weaker than a precon. I think either is possible. I'm leaning towards, or it made you feel bad and we are now exaggerating when we retell the story, which is another very natural thing to do. So I'm not going to judge any 3 of those things, but at bracket 2, there's kind of a guarantee that you always get to play bad Magic because bracket 2 is all of us agreeing to play bad Magic together. Like if your deck plays good Magic, it's not bracket 2. It doesn't matter how many game changers you have. It doesn't matter if you have infinites. It doesn't, like all that land destruction, infinite turn stuff, whatever. If your deck plays good Magic, it's not a bracket 2 deck. That is the point of the bracket system. The bracket 2 is specifically for we a little lost. We a little confused. We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing about that card draw situation, all right? All I know is I've got a Galta and I got some corn to feed it. That's bracket 2. And so if you go, I'm not even allowed to play Magic. I mean, it could be like if you took 5 or 6 turns of playing setup and a Stompy player beat you to death before you got to do your thing, that's bracket 2 for sure. You in the jungle, creature's gonna eat you. But if you're talking about like, it was bracket 2 and somebody won turn 5, they're confused about what bracket 2 is. And that's not defeated by, like, that problem can never be solved by you coming up with a, like, diabolical deck. Like, I think that's the that's the brain poison that Yu-Gi-Oh has given us, is the idea that if you get beaten by a meanie, you can correct them by coming in with a crazy deck and hitting them with the heart of the cards. So this was turn 3 or 4. I have a ton of enchantment creatures in ramp, and I was getting locked out with stuff like Song of the Dryads and stuff that made my Arcades have no abilities. I think we're going to need a little more time for this one. Okay, so Bone Lord, while I am sympathetic to your plight, what I am hearing now is we had an Arcades deck, right? That's typically a defender deck. That means you've picked a deck that lives or dies on the ability of your commander to be in play. Now, Arcades decks are also quite powerful because walls are costed extremely inappropriately. They're costed around the fact that they suck at fighting. And so if you have an Arcades deck, you typically convert to a lot of combat damage really, really quickly when you are allowed to keep Arcades. And the only way for anybody to deal with that is to kill Arcades. That is not preventing you from playing Magic. That is preventing you from winning, which we typically refer to as playing Magic. Now, if they removed it with something that your deck didn't have the tools to get rid of, like an enchantment, that is unfortunately a skill issue. That happens. It feels bad, but that happens. I got one attack off with a 0/6 wall and never got another card on the table. Please elaborate on that situation. Because it sounds like you played a 0/6 wall. You played Arcades. They played Song of the Dryads. You can no longer swing. Was everything else counterspelled? Did you miss your land drops? What prevented you from ever playing another card? Exiles and destructions or counterspells. Okay, can you tell me what card got counterspelled? Because notably, exiling or destroying the cards you play doesn't mean you weren't allowed to play Magic. It means you tried to play good Magic and they responded by playing good Magic at you. So what got counterspelled? I played Wall of Nets, and it got countered. Brother. Nets turn cycle, all three at the table smashed me. So that sounds like you played quite a lot of Magic. Like that does not, because notably, like that doesn't sound like you weren't allowed to play Magic. That sounds like you played Magic and they accurately threat assessed that you were going to become a problem if you ever played, if like your commander was ever in play. Because, right, this is a 0/7 without your commander. This is a 7/7. A 7/7 with your commander that exiles any creature that it blocks. Like, I think we need to redefine in your head, that's not... I'm not going to say definitively it's impossible for that to have been bullying, but that is not bullying. That is them giving you respect for having a good deck that functions well. They probably went out of that going, oh man, this motherfucker was playing a crazy Arcades deck, which is the opposite. Like, I even made a skit about this, but if you go, I play a creature, and somebody else goes, damn, that's a good creature, I play a spell to destroy it, and then you go, I no longer have creatures. That's not no Magic. That is a lot of Magic happened. So a little misunderstood for me with them just smashing me. See, Bone Lord, that sounds to me like they went, okay, we've had to blow all of our removal on the threat. We don't have removal. All we can do now is combat damage. So let's get them because we're afraid of them. Like, if 3 people were willing to gang up on you to beat you to death, it means they were out of removal, and the only way they felt they could avoid losing to you was to try to kill you that turn. And that typically happens when you're playing the Stompy deck, which is what you're playing. People tend to think Arcades is a like hee hee hoo hoo funny commander because it's walls, which is a creature type that tends to not get a ton of respect. But Arcades is you stop that person early or you lose to the Arcades deck. It's a very strong commander. So I can understand that there may have been a miscommunication in your expectations of how good the deck was and how good other people expected the deck to be. But if I see an Arcades deck That is enemy number one. Before we play any cards, that is my primary target. Bant is a very strong color combination. Arcades is a very strong commander. It can be extremely explosive. Yeah, Bone, I think really like your deck was good and it did a good scary thing, and they reacted like peasants in a vampire movie, and they grabbed a bunch of pitchforks and they ran you out of town. That certainly feels bad because you like we'd all rather we would all rather pop off than get murdered by the pitchfork wielding rubes. However, you do kind of have to roll with it. I've had this happen to me a lot, especially when I play like Henzi. My Henzi deck will typically have a very, very good turn, and it will get scary, and then they kill me, and I lose. But I accept that I deserve to be killed. This is 3 games in a row where the politics, I guess, was I don't summon stuff or keep anything on the board. Yeah, because anything you keep on the board is really, really good. Were you playing Arcades every time, or did you switch decks? Cracker, I would invite you to consider the difference between complaining about other commanders and remarking on other commanders being strong and a threat that we should deal with. I only had the one last night. That again sounds to me like you played a good deck, they saw it pop off game 1, or attempt to pop off game 1, and they went, okay, we got to get this motherfucker. So there very well may have been some bad expectations that got set where you came out hot, you scared the hoes, the rest of the night, they were afraid of you, and they threw Molotov cocktails at you anytime you moved too quickly. But that is what happens. And at bracket 2, quite frankly, Arcades is extremely strong. Arcades begins to get a little bit less strong at bracket 3, but a thing that I talk about with on one of the podcasts that I'm on is the bracket system buffs certain archetypes. Like at bracket 2, creature decks are buffed. And at bracket 2, Arcades is already buffing a creature strategy because he's turning really cheap defenders into really, really good attackers. And so you're working with the double buff of, okay, Arcades is buffing this strategy, but it's buffing a creature strategy, which can be kind of weak. But then bracket 2 is making creature strategies much better because it's limiting the tools available to the combo players or like the storm players. And so it's just like, straight up, you just were the threat. You were that guy. You should feel good about that. Or like, do your best to reframe in your head, you got killed because you were that guy. Because if we look at, like, last thing I'll do before we go to Revived Lich's Roast. So Arcades says, if I have Arcades out, right, for 2 mana, I play a 4/4 that draws me a card. That's quite good. Then for 3 mana, I play an 8/8 with flying that can't be targeted, that notably draws me a card. Then I can play a 3 mana 3/3 that ramps me for all the creatures I control and draws me a card. And so when somebody's watching you play this Arcades deck, all they're going to see is, damn, they're playing these creatures that because of their commander are now really good and their hand's always full. Right, you got a 15/15, you have these 2 mana 4/4s. Like a 4/4, we, joke about Galta all the time in Commander. A 4/4 is not nothing. Start swinging, like pretend you had a 4/4 to swing at people every turn. They start to sweat quicker than you would think. And so you have a 4/4 that now draws you 2 cards. And then we have all this other, like a 3-mana 6/6 with flying. Everything you can play becomes really scary if you're allowed to have Arcades. And so if you're trying to play Arcades, I would get used to a thing I do for my VV deck, which I'm not trying to do a one-to-one comparison because holy shit, VV is way better than Arcades, suck it Bant. But when I play my VV deck, or when I playtest that, in the playtests, I try to, if I cannot counterspell a removal spell the turn I play VV, I assume VV got killed. If I'm trying to figure out how is this deck going to play, I assume that VV gets shot on sight every game because they're that good. And I don't think the association is that strong for Arcades, but it's about that strong. And so when you're mentally preparing to play Commander, I would build the deck and I would pilot the deck with the assumption that the turn I play Arcades, where I'm going to pass my turn and everybody at that table is going to look at each other and go, okay, can you kill it? No. Okay, well, if I do this, can you kill it? It's that good. Okay, Lich, are we good to go? Arcades nuts. God damn it, Nightsea. Thank you. MLP, I'm going to ask you if you could please hold that until the next Vamp section because we've already gone over time at this one. Right, Bone Lord. Like so you had no protection in hand, and so them, I will say, they might have overreacted a little bit to removing, like, I personally would not have blown removal on all of the walls if we had killed Arcades. But killing Arcades on site, 100% the right thing to do. I think the deck you're talking about is fine for bracket 2, but your deck is like, bracket 2, it does work. Bracket 2, it works. Slight overreaction to remove like everything on your board, but I would also be on like, I'm shooting Arcades and then I'm trying to kill you. And so if they were removing the walls to be able to kill you, that makes sense. And then we're waiting for Lich. Revived Lich is here. Let's get it going. Lich has sent in a silly deck, so this should notably be weaker than the Arcades deck. Everyone is going to draw and touch so many cards, it doesn't matter if someone else wins. That rubs me the wrong way, but I will let you keep rubbing. Everyone draws cards. What started out as a funny idea turned into a deck that doesn't win most of the time, but helps speed up the game by appealing to everyone, by touching as many cards as possible in a game of Commander. This helps people not worry about missing land drops or having nothing to play on their turn, thanks to the multitude of ways this deck lets everyone draw cards. Just don't pay attention to how many cards are left in your library, and don't choose this man when someone else is playing the Sheoldred the Apocalypse like I did. Okay. I like that we've discovered the power of communism. I don't know if we had to sacrifice our own hopes and dreams for it, but... So Commander, Kami of the Crescent Rune, everybody's getting an extra card each turn. I will own my bias. I dislike when decks don't care about winning. I think that every deck should care about winning. It just doesn't have to be high on the priority list. If you are above bracket 1, though, it should be a priority. There are a ton of ways to overcome other people's deck building deficiencies. And so I'm probably going to talk a lot about that. I just want to preface it. Bouncing cards counts as drawing, right? That's funny. That is, hey man, I'm gonna draw you some cards into boing flipping your board. That's a good bit. I sign off on that bit. Hey, what are we doing? What are we doing here? What the okay. And then we're just right in the wrong. No, we don't love counterspells. No, 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 no. Where's the... My brother in Christ, if we are moving out of the way, we gotta be moving out of the way. What the fuck are we doing with these? Why did you invite me to a birthday party and show me a trunk full of grenades? What the fuck is happening? You get to touch cards, you don't get to keep them. See, that's real if we are trying to win. But I hate asynchronous moments. I hate things that don't fit together correctly. And the idea of, I don't care if I win or lose, and I'm going to counterspell the other win attempts. No. I got you, motherfucker. Because these could be silly cards. These could be silly cards. Funny story, the counterspells stop other people from me getting to cast the draw spells. Are you saying you're countering your own spells? Because at that point, we don't even need me. We need Child Protective Services for whatever's happening to you. What do you mean it stops other people from me getting to cast the card draw spells? Do you mean you're stopping win attempts such that people can draw more cards passively? That's called torture. Stopping them from stopping me. What? Ah. The truth comes out. So it is a protection spell for our primary win con, which is waterboarding. Got it. Okay, so we have a bunch of random card draw. Drawing payout. Good. I would love to see more of these, but I'm glad we have any. Astrologian's Planisphere. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, whenever you draw your third card each turn. Okay, yada yada yada, whatever. We get some counters. I can smell the booster pack off of this shit. Ominous Seas, cool. We get an 8/8. Good. What's this? Fine. Flying Beater. Hell yeah. I love Mike Wazowski. I hate Planeswalkers. I refuse to read this man's text box. No. Okay. Baby's first attempt at dealing psychic damage. Listen, Lich, I get it. I do. I better see an orb, and I better see some jewelry if you want me to sign off on this shit. Nope? Okay. So, I'll save the final decision for the playtest, but what I'm going to tell you now is unless you are playing against just truly bracket like 1.5 decks, we are not getting people to the bottom of their libraries piecemeal like this. Forced Fruition might be able to do it. Forced Fruition plus copying might even be able to do it. But if we are doing a little bit of piecemeal mill, we either got to lean into this more, or we can just have a card that actively makes us happy. Because this is we are trying to passive invest in our own happiness. Like the life loss, yeah, that could convert. People are getting low. You're making flying hitters. I like these. I draw, that's all fine. I actually have win cons in this. I don't, well, okay. This one I believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Maybe. How many packs did we buy, Lich? How many times are you going to do this shit to me? How many packs did we buy? Why is a land drop not good enough for you? Why have we have Walking Atlas and Walking Atlas, but it has a BBL in here? Everybody shut up with the poo-poo. The only poo-poo is the deck. Listen, we just get so many cards in hand. What if we cast a spell, though? What if we cast a good spell? Okay, good bird, good card, a guy. Insane. Insane. I'm not gonna say how many packs I got. Do you not feel safe saying how many Final Fantasy packs you got? Okay, so we're gonna make a list right now, Lich, or we're gonna start building a list of cards I think are in here because you think they need to be in here, and we're gonna replace them with heat. I am not against the idea of this deck. I am not against the idea of a deck that's main priority is not winning. But what I want is a deck whose core gimmick always goes off, and I want to have silly cards that make you laugh. I think he look a little silly, but I think we can do better. So what I'm gonna do this off screen because I don't want anybody getting ahead of the bit. I'm gonna pull up what I think would be, again, like silly table. We want to have a good time. How do we make sure that silly shit is happening? This is your man. Old Frankie 5 kills. Now, who the fuck suggested that in chat? I did this bit for you, and I'm banning you now. Die, Carlos. So not actually Hullbreaker Horror, but we're gonna look for other big splashy things that don't necessarily have to win you the game, but I want it to say, when you cast this spell, I smile. Okay, we have a bunch of islands. Want to hold all these cards I draw. Oh. I was gonna forgive all. Actually, fuck it. You draw enough. Fuck it. You draw enough. We draw. Okay, this is group card draw. Totally fine. Let me see how it playtests. Because one thing I want to get across to you is how realistic is it for us to deck people or deck ourselves? Because if that's not a realistic goal, we should genuinely move away from it and just put in funnier cards. Also, Wolfsbane, thank you for the $6 super chats on YouTube. Or tie the game using Divine Intervention. My friend got that combo off 60% of the time with Huga. Oh, with Hugs. Oh, God. Azorius, Heliod with Fractured Identity, same game plan. Okay, so Wolfsbane is on War Crimes right now. We're going to leave them in the corner. We get Spellbook. Fuck yeah, we win. We win, baby. So Kami, now each player's draw step, they get an extra card. Boom. We get our fucking land drop. We're so happy. See, like this, we helping too much. One thing I want to get across to you, and this is an adage that my father taught me that I've been able to translate into Magic the Gathering, which is you can't kill a man by jerking him off. A lot of historic warriors have thought this was possible, that if you just kept mashing it, the dehydration would get them eventually. And this is an example. Tales of the Ancestors. You see how those hands are raised? That's the double hand JO position, and it's not going to get you there. So one thing we need to settle on is, what is the idea of enough help? If we want to overwhelm them with card draw to deck them, we want more passive draw effects. This is like verging on just true group huggery, and I'm going to take it as an example of we want to keep the game moving and we don't want people to be left out. That's a good instinct, and we will return to it. So we have a counterspell, which we probably don't want to use yet. I will foretell this just to use the mana. Okay, we hit a draw. We've somehow missed our fucking land drop. I will opt for... I will put that to bottom. Okay, we get Walking Atlas. We have somehow don't have a land for Walking Atlas. We get the Mage out. We get a land out. This is a 3/3 now. This is genuinely going to become a problem relatively quickly. So this is a good bird that I'm glad you have. We play a 5/5. Now everybody's afraid of us. Now, okay, the hoes are a little scary. Next turn we draw 2. People take damage. Oh, I haven't been doing. Who cares? And we can take not even a storm turn, but like a pseudo fuckery turn. Where I'll draw this one. I'll tap Walking Atlas to get Gaia Reach Sanitarium into play. And then I'll ponder. Check top 3. Not going to shuffle. I'll get Wizard Class. This goes up again. I should have... Let's pretend that I metamorphed another Sky Mage out earlier. Who cares? We brainstorm. This guy gets even huger. And so, like, we get to not winning the game, but we get to participation relatively quickly via the power of federal agents. I like that. This game, we are a little bit cooked because we're not going to... How many lands do you have, brother? 37. Okay, not that bad. Oh, I forgot to keep track of the thing I wanted to keep track about. I'm going to do... Or actually, this is all collective draw. So we can just go off of your library. We don't even have to go, are my opponents decking out? We can just look at, am I decking out? So bam, Kami. Draw 2. Bam. Thought Vessel. Slamma-jamma. We're going to assume nobody freaks out. We're going to assume everyone stays real cool and excellent about this. Bam. We can't play this quite yet, but we can clock. Could we also turn... Oh, no. We did this thing. Yeah. Bam. Font of Mythos. So we're now up to 4 cards a turn. Or I think to be most mana efficient, I play this. So I draw 2 as it comes in. On my next draw step, I get 3 additional cards. I have Reliquary Tower, I have Font of Mythos. How much? I have 4 mana left. I get Alondra. I go to my next turn. I draw 2 additional cards, 2 additional cards, and additional cards. So I draw 6 cards a turn. So drawing those 5 cards, I get a Drake and I trigger Alondra. Now, what I want you to pay attention to is it's turn 7. We have 72 cards left in our library. That is 12 solid turns of drawing our deck piecemeal. I think we have 1 or 2 more tricks that we can get out. Like we can pay a lot of money into prosperity, but it's not a realistic dream to be like, I'm going to draw every card in this library. What is very realistic is... Where's the fucker? We haven't drawn the bird yet? Oh, anyway. What's very realistic is stuff like props, where it goes, okay, we're all drawing a lot of cards. I'm going to convert all this card draw into damage on my board. Stuff like Alondra is very solid. And so I think we have dedicated too heavily into all of this, like, I want everyone to always have 10 cards in hand. It's enough to help a little bit. Now, the impulse that I want to help service is that desire to, until they die. And that impulse is best served by some big, shiny jewels. Jin-Gitaxias is way too fucked up for this. This is what we want. Because another thing you can't help with is there are situations where we were getting minorly land screwed. And the other thing that Group Hug and card draw focused Group Hug always fucks up is it gives people decision paralysis. If you give people access to too much of their deck, the non-blue players, their tiny pea brains cannot handle it. Their brains are too smooth. There are no slots to hold all the different magic cards while they think about their turn. And so the other way to keep games moving in a very fun and flirty way, kindly suggest that people get their rocks off. Vaxrung, no, that's too combo pilled. We don't care about combo pill. What we care about is we want tools that are going to motivate people to swing. We want to move the game forward, and we want to give resources that are going to help move that game forward, and it's okay if we don't win that game. My little brain is confused as to which of my big green boys to play. Exactly. And so we could do Coveted Jewel. We could even do, you shouldn't do this, I'm just going to show it to you. This is the DARE program. This is me showing you meth to show you why you should stay away from weed. Is this even banned? Yeah, this is legal. You could even do like this. This is the type of thing where we're getting shit out onto the field. The other type of stuff I'm going to recommend are the courts. The other two ways that are great to turn a friendly game of Commander into a murder mystery is to introduce the monarchy or to introduce the initiative. It's extra card draw, which you do want, and it's stuff that people have to hit each other for. And that's what we really want to do, is we want to prevent people from getting into a staring contest. And so Court of Cunning, this is actually, like, if they don't take the monarchy from you, the mill win con becomes real. So this is the type of thing I would suggest over Sphinx's tutelage. We do have Windfall already. So Court of Cunning is one of the examples. I think there's Court of Vantress, also a fun also a very fun thing. You do have to kind of survive for this to really pay off, but if nothing else, you can copy something. Is UFO for ramp reasonable with so much draw? Also Go-Go my goat. I don't think UFO for ramp is that reasonable. I don't think it's that necessary. I think we would rather do the Go-Go fetch land trick. We do have Ominous Seas. Let's see if we have mono blue ways. I know of at least one to introduce the initiative. Hell yeah. There's Erica. Oh, one of my favorite cards that's too terrible for me to ever play. Bucknard's Ever Full Purse. If we abandon winning the game, if we are like, I just want shit to be happening, this is how you make shit happen. All right? So please, please, please consider my fucking man. We can also introduce the initiative, which is a very strong and funny dungeon. This would be this is the type of thing where it's just going to bring you joy. So it's going to introduce the initiative. Your second spell each turn is going to get copied. So I want to pour a little sugar on you. Think about double Forced Fruition in the late game. Think about double Windfall at any point in this game. Think about, God forbid, Lich, let's say something crazy happens and you're going to go for a win. Think about doing double Homunculus Horde. That just speeds you up by like one turn. Think about like doubling Chasm Skulker, doubling, not Alondra because it's legendary, but doubling any of these things that give you power for drawing cards. You smile every time. It might not work, but we've already established you're okay with being the heel. Wolfsbane, you are all good. Thank you for the additional $5. I'm used to my friend's war crime group hug deck with Feldegriff at the helm. Oh, that sounds truly awful. Yeah, Myojin of Seeing Winds is a little bit ridiculous. I don't know about cutting the counter spells for gold. What I would cut the counter spells for is like... But I love stealing. I love taking things. If I see you play a good permanent, I'm immediately mad that I haven't played that permanent. I am a hater. I'm an envier. Okay? When Jesus wrote the commandments, he was seeing me in his mind's eye, thousands of years in the future, taking your commanders. And so I want to play like Invoke the Winds, such that if the Stompy player is going for the game win, I can just go like, damn, that's cool as hell. Gimme. And I throw out my little Spider-Man webs. Other things that are going to be leaned more towards actually winning the game is Attempsis. This might actually be like a little bit too win the game pilled for what you're doing, but this is much bigger chance of this happening than Labman or Jace happening. You can keep the Toad and the Child because they are silly, but Labman and Jace I would shoot in the head. Shoot in the head instantly. And then you can play like Go Fish or Yahtzee or whatever card game this is like. Now let's talk about why I don't like Hive Mind. Chat's been talking about this for a minute. Let's talk about why I don't enjoy it. Hive Mind is not, I'm going to make the game faster. Hive Mind is this game is going to take 3 hours long, and then we are going to institute a group ban on Hive Mind. It's a very funny sentence. I will give the card that. It's an extremely funny sentence. However, as soon as anybody plays an instant or sorcery worth a singular goddamn, it gets to be a very complicated stack that everybody would sooner concede than resolve. The ceiling of Hive Mind is we make 4 copies of Windfall to try to deck people, which is not a thing we should be doing anyway. What about Dream Halls for a fast game? Wow. That is just pure crack injected into our veins. Holy shit. You could do this, Lich. You have to be so okay with not winning, and the big problem with it is like right now, I don't think you are handing the game to anybody else. This could very easily hand somebody else the game, which is a noticeable difference between I don't care if I win and here, Patrick. Go off, King. So it does absolutely fucking rip. I will give the card that. But there are going to be situations where you let people draw so many cards and then you let some player like pseudo combo on their turn because mana's not real anymore. So I would be a little bit worried about that. Then other things that are card draw payoffs. Let's see if there's any second card stuff that's neat. If you are at all interested in ever winning the game, this will make you an army of unblockable shitheads. This ramps you a little bit. This makes you flyers. Oh, Min's pretty fucked up, Lich. I know that we might be radicalizing you in a way that your table's not going to like, but Min is truly fucked up and evil. This, kill the UFO right now. Kill the UFO. Give me the 4'3" tax fraud. That's not a proper noun, but give me the fraudster, okay? This is catch me if you can. So instead of I'm going to have this dumbass walking atlas that I tap every turn, Min is with my commander, I get an illusion every turn, and then whenever the illusion dies, that's just a permanent. You can put out a land anytime the illusion goes down. You can chump block with them. You can swing out with them. All great. This is awful. We could do Mischievous Mystic, but I think we have enough fun guys. Nezahal Primal Tide is definitely not a win con, so I would stay away for that. What's another just like... I want to kill this Kraken. I want a big enough boat to catch this dumb fucking 6/6, which I think we honestly have suggested enough cards at this point, but the stuff that I want to see dead on the ground is Labman, Jace, Poo-Poo, Atlas, probably at least one counter spell maybe. Probably Venser's Journal. We don't need life gain. If they can beat us to death, let them. And then we put in all this funny shit that either gives the initiative or gives coveted jewel type shit or gives us huge naturals. Oh, hold on. Speaking of, totally unrelated to card draw, I'm not going to pretend the theme of this card is anything but it makes me smile. But read that text box, Revived Lich. Tell me what you think. Try not to stare too long at the art. Just read the text box. I'll read it with you. Whenever Sphinx Ambassador, Chumbawambas, deals combat damage to a player, great googly mooglies, search that player's library for a card, then that player names a card. If you searched for a creature card that is not the named card, you may put it onto the battlefield under your control. Then they shuffle. Big titty bangers. So this is a like, hey, whatever, it's not on the group hug card draw theme, but if we're deep down in Silly is about play cards that make me happy. This card makes me extremely happy, not for the reason you think. Where on the card does it say any of that? I can't find it. I know the print is very, very small. So I would this is what I would recommend over the Deep Sea Kraken. Like, fuck a 6/6 that can't be blocked. Let's set this motherfucker off, dude. And so, Lich, I'm gonna say you were lost. I deem you now found. I appreciate the energy. I may hate many of the cards that you selected, but I appreciate the energy of I just want to have a good time, man. I just want everyone to have a good time, man. And I hope that I have given you the tools to execute that vision while you crush everybody with extremely large naturals. So I'm going to give you a little arrow to show that we know where we're going. We know what we're about. And now you're hopefully a little bit better armed. But I do see the vision, and I respect your vision. So thank you very much for the submission. We're going to do the manual ad break, and then Educated Fool, it is your time. Can you put Sphinx Ambassador in the corner for the rest of the stream? No, but Mango might be able to. I'm going to go get more water. Lich, I hope you enjoyed. Again, thank you for submitting. And then, Fool, you're in the chute. We're going to put 5 more minutes on the vamp clock. We're here, we're queer, and we're ready to get roasted. Happy Pride, everybody. Nah, we're about to give you a mad as hell coping Pride, my friend. Just wait. Okay, babies, we're back. We're back with sparkling water and a banana. Rant. Oh, holy fuck your rant, baby. Our Durkazor just gifted 20 community subs. Our Durkazor, thank you so much for your continued contribution to Dog Heaven. We're going to have to build a plane of the divine just for you. It can be a private jet. It'll be better than Kenneth Copeland's, I promise. And we will crash it into his fucking house. Thank you so much, my bestie. I'm gonna eat this banana very normally. Holy shit, Tankfest is a real thing. Tankfest these nuts. In case I'm being set up. But Hellcat, no, I had not heard of that. That seems crazy, bro. But holy goddamn subs, our Durkazor. Thank you so much. What's your opinion on a Coma copy deck? Copeland, I mean, you're gonna burn in hell, but there's no but. You're just gonna burn in hell, but do what you want, brother. Do whatever you want. It's legal. I'll say that. Are you safe? No. But it is legal. Okay, 5 minutes on the vamping clock. We have a rant from Carlos. Golgari mana dumps. I want good stuff to put on Smeagol that's actually a threat for people when I have a lot of mana. I'm not going to give you any specific suggestions because I think that would rob you of your own creativity, but go to Scryfall Advanced Search. Go for the permanent type or card type that you want it to be. Do Commander, black and green, and then do mana value greater than or equal to like 6. And just let that shit rock, and then look at anything cool. Our Durkazor, we're going to have you move over for a new Archangel. Re-Ink Designs has gifted 40 subs to the community. Re-Ink, thank you so motherfucking much, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I appreciate that generosity so much. Alright, so we have Golgari mana dumps. Cadmus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the doghouse. And then Time Kit wants to know, Maul, do you vibe with what we know about Edge of Eternity and Avatar sets so far? I've heard basically nothing about Edge of Eternity other than I've heard about the new Tezzeret. With a new Tezzeret, everybody's going crazy about him. I don't give a fuck. Bro is terminally fine. His ult sucks. His like 0 or +1 ability is combo food. I already didn't fuck with the artifact combo players. If this exposes anybody, I will get them. Other than that, who cares? For Avatar, I have seen Aang. I've seen Aang. I don't know what the fuck firebending is. I think Aang has the potential to be really, really cool as long as earthbending, firebending, waterbending, whatever, is not some like goofy ass, easy ass, spoon-fed ability like, oh, if you spend 2 red mana, you firebend. If you spend 2 green mana, you earthbend. Like, as long as we're not doing that, chill. I'd like to see what they do. But I don't want it to be... They've been doing a lot of, as Sandwich said, they've been doing a lot of super prowess. Gundam, not only have I seen it, I've made a post about it. So yeah, the new commander rule, I really don't care. The new commander rule is just them getting ready for a Star Trek Universes Beyond, or a Gundam Universes Beyond, or a Hot Wheels Universes Beyond. Like, it's just... doesn't matter. The rules change is like... it's 1% for Edge of Eternities, and it's 99% for a Universes Beyond set that is going to have a lot of vehicles. So yeah, that rule change is not for right now. Iris, thank you for the drink water and the random smasher pass. Let's see what your luck is. All right, now for Liliana, we all know I'm rising again as many times as she needs. I'm there. I do not see chesticles on this zombie, so pass. Oh, hell yeah, Rian. Congratulations. And I appreciate you sharing the love, my friend. Yeah, we can get Fast and Furious. Gavin Verhey said it was supposed to happen at Aether Drift, but then the big EDH bans happened, and the internet was mad. That makes sense. That sucks. I hate that everybody was fucking babies about those commander bans. Not everybody. I shouldn't generalize like that. I hate that there was a small but incredibly vocal subsection of the internet that was super shitty about those bans. It does make sense that it was meant to come down for Aether Drift. I'm glad it's coming down now. Aether Drift was still like a fart in the middle of a tornado in terms of cards people were paying attention to. Right, Mocatality, like I think the thing was it wouldn't have mattered for Aether Drift anyway. Okay. Vamp timer's over. Educated fool, you are here, queer, and ready to be made fun of. Let's get it going. Oh shit, Wolves, I'm so sorry. I'm used to the Feldegrif war crimes, Hive Mind, Divine Intervention, and Fractured Identity. Wolf, I think your friend might need to be committed. Maybe just committed to some fucking exercise, but something's gotta change. Like, they don't need any more magic cards. They need a cold shower, and they need a workout routine. But I'm praying for you, buddy. I don't know what the fuck, I don't know what this is, but Twitch prompted me to do it. Power Flapjack, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Be my spirit guide. Should I work on Kefka or Golbez right now? I'm not going to be your spirit guide. I'm going to be your goddamn lawyer. Do not work on Kefka unless it is for bracket 4. I'm working on Kefka. I love Kefka. I think this man is joyous and silly. However, perma hand rip into perma card advantage for me over and over and over every turn is both very strong and incredibly stinky. I genuinely do not think he is playable in bracket 3 or below unless you have a bracket 3 play group that hates each other. But he's very fun in bracket 4. He is CEDH viable. He's very good. Golbez. Dog, you can be collecting these crystals any day. You can get blinged up however you want. You can get as blinged up as you want to get. Rehandimate? Who cares? Lose life equal to power? Who cares? You can build that at bracket 2. You can build that at bracket 3. Maybe bracket 4 because like artifacts, token artifacts surveilling you. Like there might be something there. He is sick as fuck and is very flexible. Kefka has one speed, and that is the speed of hate. Like, you put this man in a COD lobby, he has dropped every slur known to man and 15 you didn't know about. Coyote, the backside is actually fine. It is the front side that's jail. The backside is like, the backside is good, or the backside gives you a way to draw a lot of cards. What is hateful about him, what's hateful about him is as you swing him, you just totally ruin everyone else's game plan. Wolfsbane, thank you for the $2 super chat. He took it apart after he got a girlfriend, so cheers. That's so fucking funny. That's too fucking good. We rehabbed a terrible commander player by getting them laid. That's amazing. Not obviously not the world. The world. That's real as fuck. Okay. So Educated Fool's deck is silly. Primers in Moxfield. Oh, fuck. Chico and Narset steal your stuff, curse you, and then punch you. Is this the type of... Is the gimmick you being a Mark Wahlberg impersonator? That's the funny? Assault, battery, and felony theft? Alright, we're copying auras. We have boring ramp. Hey, don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. Primer. Chico and Narset deck inspired by the Elk Review. She just like me, FRFR, Asian and autistic. Okay, so it's treachery and bribery. Initially it was theft focused. But after a couple games, Danny Dinosaur, Andy Aristocrat, and Carly Counterspell all beat me up. After many iterations and tweaks, we are now all in on Flurry. We have a couple methods of distracting the table, we have a couple methods of go wide, and we have a few ways to pump. The deck has performed pretty well, but I'm always looking for improvements because it's been my favorite pet deck. Current pet cards: Aligned Heart, Tempest Technique, Bribery, Treachery. That's so fucking funny to me. Current pet cards. Let me see this. I kick your jaw off your body. My current pet card is hitting you for 25 commander damage. Right after that, my next silliest pet card is stealing your most beloved creature. It's me taking your son. I also love this card. Okay, so I think we might have to redefine silly a little bit. Current problems. If people don't have big creatures, late game theft doesn't pan out. Do I break my self-imposed no universes beyond rule for this and just go nuts and throw in VV and Buster Sword because they're fucked up and good? It's hard to manage that. I don't think you should ever sacrifice your own enjoyment just for the sake of a good card. That said, I cannot empathize with why people don't enjoy universes beyond cards. So here, quite frankly, my sibling in Christ, I just am not feeling you. So I think you should, because I think Buster Sword is silly. Turns 1 through 3 are pretty anemic. I've added more interaction and protection than there was initially, but my table still very much views Chico and Narset as shoot in the face ASAP. That's reasonable. I think the way you navigate this is being a little bit anemic. Like, I think you have to trick people into thinking that you've kept a bad hand. You got to be a little liar. All right, let's check the smell. Normal ramp. Find my stuff. Damn, we enchanting that? Okay, okay. Anybody. Actually, let me see if you have this stuff in the deck already. These are just to trigger Narset. Oh, we are going to have heat for you, my friend. Please don't shoot her in the face. Real, slightly irresponsible interaction. Okay, we're kind of all over the place. The monks get swole. Squad up's really good. So it seems like we had a really good game plan. It made the hoes incredibly angry. And now we have pretended that we like other things for the sake of the angry hoes. Good theft. I love stealing. I love taking things. I love all of this. Were you thinking of having fun today? Listen, buddy. Listen, buddy. I love the tag, right? I love the energy. I don't know if we can follow up. I break into your house and I steal both your children with, if you cast 2 spells in a turn, you're going to take 2, potentially 4 damage, you stupid motherfucker. Curse of Shivering Timbers. See, like Imprisoned in the Moon, fucked up. Fucked up. This is Curse of the Tickle Monster. I think same for Curse of the Pierced Heart. This is just in because we were like, oh, curses are funny, therefore we have to have them. I think this, you should look at this as the photo of you in high school when you thought you had that shit on and go, oh, thank God I know better now. The ceiling of this is 2 damage on upkeep to the table. 4 damage each spell can get pretty deadly, but this is like, if this is anything, this is anti-storm tech. Because this is spells after your second spell. If somebody double spells, they take 4 damage and say whatever. If you have a storm player, then yeah, keep this in to punish Sandy Storm or Stormy Sandy 100%. Maddening Hex, I feel kind of the same way. I've had multiple people resolve this card in my face because they thought it was really silly and its damage barely ended up mattering. Curse. See, this is the curse that I like. This is the type of curse I like. It's big, it's meaty, it's going to help you motivate people politically. Heliod's Punishment, task counters. So we can get rid of something for a little bit. Sure, I feel like this can't possibly be the best option we have, but it is very rude. Same goes for Planar Disruption. Backup Squad. Ridiculous. Pie in the sky, but whatever, we silly. How many auras we got? 21. Okay, we have a ton. When you cast this spell, if you've cast another spell this turn, copy this spell. It's a Flying Lifelinker. I'll tell you what, buddy, you're going to clean up in draft. At the commander table, the dinosaur is still going to eat you. The colorless pips made me include this. I'm sorry. We're going to save you. We are going to save you. So first of all, let's get you checking these talismans. Let's get you checking your talismans. A very powerful way to be double spelling is to play a ramp piece and then play the other spell. Another thing you're going to want is, holy fuck, do we hate Ponder. Even though double spelling might let you draw a card, you're going to be vomiting your hand out really, really quickly. And so what you want to be using to find your stuff, you want to be double spelling stock, like you want to be double spelling, we can't double spell this. I know there's like target player, hold on. You want this anyway as a vegetable. Hold on. Target player draws. Where it at? Allied strategy is fucking ridiculous. Holy shit, we could steal soul rings. The pips are kind of weird on this, but that's all the more reason to cut Soul Ring. Holy fuck, you could even run combat tutorial. Ah yeah, deep analysis. This could also do it. Or we could just play good card draw like Staka. But what I really mean to say, cantrips fucking suck. even in this double spell thing, cantrips fucking suck. I believed in them initially because I was like, oh, we need something that's cheap. Let's put you on game. Anybody who's been here for the other ride on the Shiko Curse roller coaster has seen this heat. What I'm going to recommend to you now are the cards that are going to become your new favorite cards in this deck. This is one. This is one. There's one. There's one. Come on, Scryfall. Come on, buddy. There we go. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. So what all of these are, we don't even need dash, because the thing is, this is a relatively simple mechanical thing that we're achieving, but these are all cards that people are going to be extremely mad to lose to. That is an important quality of your commander deck. These are all cards that say, for 1 or 2 mana, I always have Flurry. So these are all things that at the end of turn, or for 1 additional mana, will bounce back to your hand. So rather than having to continually line up a 1 mana spell into the thing you actually want to double, if we ever find a single one of these cards, we're set for the entire game. Because we play the thing we want to double, or play the thing we want to draw a card off of, and then we get it back to hand and it's ready for the next turn. But this requires ramp. So this is why part of why we're going to need the talismans. So these things that are in here just to trigger Narset, your new lineup, Glitterfang, Retraction Helix, even View from Above, because Shiko and Narset's a white permanent. Like Fleeting Effigy. These are your just in here to trigger Shiko and Narset, because they will make the table stop and go, oh, what the fuck is he doing with that? Why are we exploding? Then we have kind of this aura sub-theme. I like the No-No Square cards. I think this is very important. They are going to want to persecute her. Most of these cantrips can and should die for good card draw spells like Stock Up, because we want to actually find our good spells. We don't want to think about finding our good spells. We want to just go and get them. Mesa Enchantress is... It's fine. My deepest hope is that we can make the card draw good enough that instead of Mesa Enchantress, you can just have Heat. Hell yeah, Jomi. Now let's look at what we're actually doing to copy, because we have this whole monk sub theme, which I don't totally hate, but I do kind of hate it, because we have, I mean, like, Monastery Mentor is fine. I think the stuff that broadly just cares about you casting non-creatures, that's chill as hell. The stuff that cares specifically about getting Voltroned, I'm not a very big fan of that, because we're mostly just casting 2 spells a turn, and we have a lot of auras, but I'm not convinced many of these auras do anything for the Voltron game plan. Yeah, wow, they do not. So we have 4 cards in the entire deck that we would like to cast, targeting 2 other cards in the entire deck. Kori Steelcutter's fine, Monastery Mentor's fine. I think Elsha should die. I think Ethereal Armor, Hyena Umbra, and Staggering Insight Staggering Insight draws at least. I don't know. You can keep them. I just worry that if the biggest problem we have is that Shiko and Narset is super shootable, if you play any auras, they should be auras that keep Shiko and Narset alive, rather than auras that make them hit harder. Oh, thank you, baby. We're not on 4 decks in a trench coat. We're on one deck that was shamed into putting a trench coat on. Because it sounds like the first round of the deck was just all in on theft, and then everybody was like, if you don't stop stealing our shit, we're gonna kill you, Tony. And then they started doing this like monk game plan to be more socially acceptable. The only member, damn, she's bad as fuck. The only 2 members of the backup squad that I would keep are Core Spirit Dancer for obvious reasons and Tygam. Graceblade Artisan, Poised Practitioner, and Sage of the Skies, I think we can just cut for heat. Now, what is that heat going to be? That is the question we have to answer. I really don't think we're going to stay totally in this aura game plan. I think the stuff like mind control is good, but what I would like to draw your attention to is this. Not Eldrazi Conscription. That's not thinking with portals, you dumb motherfucker, or thinking with cloning machines, Shayla. I'd like to draw your attention to this. This is one of my favorite things. And if we limit ourselves to good creatures, then these become very high upside for our internal game plan, and they become really high upside for like Theft Plus. Oh wow, you got a Bahamut? That's so cool, dude. I'm so jealous. I'm gonna go ahead and get 10 Bahamuts. And then they all explode. And so if the theft was pissing people off too much, I think we can lean into the same energy by doing a little bit more copying. And we just have slightly higher creature quality on our own end. And that way, instead of drawing a like terminally whatever draw engine or a terminally whatever cost reducer, we have our 1 mana Flurry activator in play. We double cast Irenicus's Vile Duplication onto Monastery Mentor, and then we flood the board and kill everybody with Jeskai Craterhoof. And so if we look at how the deck's currently going, God, that's sad. But I know it was done to you, fool. I know you were bullied into playing this card, so I'm going to take it easy on you. I'll play the tap land because my turn 1 play doesn't matter. I will... Oh, this is Lantern, not Signet. Actually, I'm just going to Lantern. I play this. I play Shiko and Narset. I play Soul Ring for my second spell that turn. I get to draw a card. Turn 5. We're not in a totally bad place, but we have like... This is where the 2 different ideas going on are fucking up our ability to work. This is like the effects of bullying in real time. Because you have a curse that really wants to incentivize people to politic and beat each other up. We have a Voltron target. We have a way to find Voltron pieces. We have another thing that helps Voltroning. And we have another thing that wants to be Voltroned. And the only aura we have in hand doesn't Voltron us. I think, quite frankly, I don't even think you need the tutors. I think you've been forced into using these tutors on account of your friends making you play a bunch of bad cards so they stopped feeling bad. But if we take any of these creatures and we cast a copy spell on them, like if we did Elsha, and then instead of these other Voltron pieces, it was Irenicus's Vile Duplication, and we copy that, and we now have three Elshas, one of whom is legendary, and two of which are non-legendary. And then we take an extremely normal prowess turn. That's so fucking fun. There's no theft. There's no bad feelings. It's just 3 8-foot-tall women wrapping their legs around your neck and squeezing. What's wrong with that? What could be wrong with that? You tell me. And I also think we leaned this far into cost reduction because we did not recognize, or like we had to spread ourselves so wide that we didn't recognize the necessity of having all these talismans. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy also hit us with the new hotness of realm sketching. I'm going to recommend Buster Sword to you like I recommend it to every single deck. It's like flossing at this point. It's just that good. But realm sketching is another good copy spell. So rather than this like hardcore monk Voltron backup, I would do token copying as your backup. That is theft, but in a non-offensive way. It's imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, Jeffrey. Please stop hitting me. And so we kill the cantrips, we get talismans in. Now we have more ways to fuel prowess, we have more mana to fuel our big turns. We kill these guys. You don't need every single one of these like 1 to 2 mana free flurry cards I put up, but you probably need around 5. Because we don't need to have one in our opening hand. We just want to find one at some point in the game. And so if we get one of them at any point, we're very happy. We can kill these tax evaders for good pieces of card draw like Stock Up, like Memories Returning, like Memory Deluge. You can either get really clever and do like Combat Tutorial to potentially double spell it. That would be kooky. Talisman into Combat Tutorial copied, I draw 4. There's a ton of stuff you can do. And then after that, you can keep these. I'm not going to force you to cut these. I don't like them, okay? But I'm your cool uncle. I'm not your dad. You have enough lands. Theft is good. I think the Curse of the Tickle Monster dies. The Curse of me shouting at you dies. Maddening Hex dies. And those can become our big copy spells, which are just always going to be more fun for you. I think the backup squad can die. And do you want to know, just like, let me show you a really, really good backup squad. This can support like any game plan. It's a totally fine Voltron target. It's always going to be useful to you. It's a full art card with no rules text. It's a 5/5. I presume that it does something, but Lord help me, I don't know what it is. Lord help me. Actual PSA, they will crash out. They will freak the fuck out. I am kind of reduced. On Clone Legion, you are almost never going to get the money to cast this, but boy howdy if you ever did. I think this is also potentially usable for you. We want some really big stuff that you can do later in the game. And if you do one of our 1 mana spells into Sublime, like Sublime Epiphany, just a very good spell to hold up. And if you do it in concert with one of these 1 mana like free flurry targets, we get quite a lot of value. We shut off the counter angles, but we get to bounce 2 things. We get to make 2 token copies of something we control, and we get to draw 2 cards. Oh yeah, Nick, that's so thoughtful. Thank you. In this new direction. Well, here's the thing. We're not... I feel less good now because we're not going to have a ton of instants and sorceries. We should play Frantic Search. Reink Designs, no, one of the first Magic cards where they just didn't even give it a name. This is cracked for you. This is like better than a tutor. This is one of the best cards you can be playing in this deck, so please put that in as well. But yeah, don't actually believe in Eris because we're going to have a hard time turning the cost reduction on because we're getting rid of the cantrips. We're getting rid of the like 1-2 mana things, and we're doing like 2 mana artifacts, 3 to 4 mana card draw. And then I think it'll run like butter. You'll have a very compelling Monk Strike Force. I don't want to say army because it can become an army eventually, but it will become a Monk Strike Force. And then we have the Copy Brigade. And that way you can go to Value Town either imitating people's permanents or stealing them later on. So I love the gimmick. I don't think our card selection here is perfect, but I don't even think that's your fault. I think you got shoved into a locker, which happens. We've all been shoved into lockers sometimes. It's just you scared the hose, and we got to make you a little bit more acceptable. We got to clean you up. How is Frantic Surge cracked in the deck? What's its targets? Its targets is casting a spell that untaps our land so that we have all our mana open to cast the thing we want to flurry. It's a little bit card negative, which is not the best thing ever, but it just says I get card selection for anything I want, and I untap the lands I use to play this spell. And then I have all of my mana available to flurry something. Like if we're on... Oh, yeah. No. We're not... It's not our second spell. Frantic Search is we lead off, and then like... Because if we're in a bad spot... You could even, let's say I'm on 4 mana. I have 4 lands. I've played my commander. I don't have a lot of shit to do. I can Frantic Search into Combat Tutorial to draw 4 and try to hit land drops. I don't think we need Snap. I think Snap is the stuff you would play if you didn't have access to Vyashino Sand Scout. I'm aware. I don't think Snap is as good as Frantic Search is. Aren't there Magecraft triggers that benefit this? Yes, but Magecraft is old news. It's lame now. We don't like it. It's gonna listen, if we were scaring the hose with Flurry, the hose are not going to accept Magecraft. We have to consider the smell, people. Dragon Cat, no. Unfortunately, the French twins suck mega dog shit. I do not believe in them. Okay. So, Fool, thank you very much for the submission. I hope we've given you a path back to not being bullied by your pod anymore. And I like the deck. I love the gimmick. We're going to go to the manual ad break. And then it is time for either Lore Giver or Dirty, whichever one of you is here. Clear Fool off of the wrong date. Both of you are here. Lore Giver, you are technically up next, so Dirty, you're going to have to wait just a hair longer. Time Kit, I really don't like them. I think they take... They are good, but you would require so many turns for you to set these up that I would rather just do another Vyashino Sand Scout trick. Okay, I have to know if you've seen Hood Jujutsu Kaisen, because you definitely replicate some of the quotes. That is a high honor. I have not seen it. I know that it exists. I do want to watch it, but I have not seen Hood JJK. We're in the ad break. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we will put 5 minutes on the vamp clock. Then it's time for Lore Giver. Skip, rather than Mox Jasper, you would just play Mox Amber, because we don't... Is our commander a dragon? Oh, it is a dragon. Then you could do Mox Jasper, but I think Mox Jasper, Mox Amber are, like, fine. Time Kid, I'm not worried about drawing them. I'm worried about I skip turn 3 to play my commander. I skip turn 4 to play one of these dickheads. Turn 5, I have to play the other dickhead, and then I can cast a like 2 mana spell that's useful. Then turn 6 is when I can finally begin playing Magic if I've curved out exactly the way I want to, and I think that's just too slow. We'll be right back. Oh, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, they closed the TikTok stream, you guys. I walked away for too long. Gilman, why you asking me about Sphinx Milk? Why you asking me stupid fucking questions? What the fuck do you think is happening? Okay. Let me sip my tea, and then we'll do the 5 minutes on the vamp clock. Delicious. Alright, why is he sitting on an office chair instead of the gaming one in the background? Reason number 1. Gaming chairs suck. Why is Nadu not in the cuck chair? Hold on. My boy! Get out of here. Anyways, gaming chairs suck when it comes to back health, and my back health is very, very bad because I was a high-level rower for very many years. So I have sciatica. I haven't slipped a disc, but my back in general is super unhealthy. I traded out this gaming chair for a Herman Miller office chair, which is very nice and has helped with my back problems. I would highly recommend that if you spend a lot of time sitting, you save up to get a nice and expensive office chair. And then we're catching up on MLP's question. Other archetypes that people typically underrate the power level of, harkening back to the talk about Arcades. I think the two other most common archetypes are Aristocrats and Storm. These are archetypes that I genuinely think should not be played in bracket 2. Not that you can't play them in bracket 2, but I think they are less fun to play in bracket 2 because if they are weak enough to be fair, you are cutting yourself off from some of the best interactions. Aristocrats love to go infinite. They love to do like near infinite loops. Kind of same goes for Storm pieces. I think those strategies play better, feel better at bracket 3. And I think when people try to play them in bracket 2, they often underrate how good they still are. Because it's like, oh, my Storm deck doesn't go infinite. I just set up... God damn you. Oh my god. I just set up Bergie and Archmage Emeritus and Stormkiln Artist. So I just draw a card and make 2 mana every single time I breathe. But I'm not infinite. Why aren't you clapping? And I say this as a Storm player. And I think the same thing happens to the Aristocrats player, just from the graveyard. Blood Avatar, I think, is a little bit different. But yeah. Definitely an outlier. Personal question from Zoria. What Golgari commander would you recommend that has sauce? I love Golgari conceptually, but most commanders seem about as spicy as the memory of deconstructed mayonnaise. I tried Glissa the Traitor and I loved her, but the deck was insufferable. I don't want to be that mean. I had my eye on Thallin, but as much as I love Thalids, god, do they suck ass. I think an important thing to recognize about Golgari is that the decks are boring. They can be aggressive. You can pick Renmaw. You can pick X-Death. They can be aggressive, but they are always going to feel sauceless because you are a fucking gardener. You are a gardener at the local mortuary, and sometimes you pick up the bodies and throw them at people. There's not Riz in that. You have to bring the Riz. If you want to be a fun to play with Golgari player, you have to provide 100% of the Riz in that deck, because what Golgari offers you is an extremely functional value loop. Golgari is extremely good at milling itself into reanimating, landfalling itself from the graveyard, or sacking things for value. Those are very clear. A plus B equals I get money. You have to make it cool. Personal question from Terrence Mald. How do we work our chest effectively besides doing push-ups? It's time for chat to get small. I'm obviously not the best authority on this because my chest is very like whatever. It's not bad, but it's not particularly huge. Big fan of incline pressing. I've got bad shoulders. What has allowed me to work my chest again in the weight room for the first time in like a couple years is going to incline pressing. If you can't handle an incline barbell, use incline dumbbells. But I'm a very, very big fan of, I don't train for super long. I don't train the same muscle group super often, but I train extremely close to failure. I'm only doing like 2 or 3 sets per exercise, and I'm only touching each exercise maybe like once a week, very rarely twice in a week. And I'm doing 2 to 3 sets, and I'm going until I'm about to fail. That was the end of the vamp clock. Let's go to Business Mauled. We have a random smasher pass from High Speed. I also missed 2 Prime subs. I'm so sorry about that, you guys. Mute Fruit and Atraxa Frexian. Thank you both for the Prime subs. Welcome to the dog home, and I appreciate that generosity. Random smasher pass. Okay. Okay. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Yes. Hard pass. Holy shit. Could not. The pendulum cannot swing farther. And then how long do you spend in the gym on average? MLP, it really depends on if I'm working on a video or not. Sometimes I will take a like commander idea or a question I want to reply to into the gym in the back of my head, and while I'm walking around, like while I'm pacing doing my rest, I will think about I will try to think about what I'm going to say for the video. Those sessions will take longer, but it's usually like 50 minutes, give or take 15 minutes. If I am hoofing it, I can get a full workout for like back, chest, or legs done in like a clean 30 to 40 minutes. If I'm really taking my time, it'll be a little over an hour. If I'm lounging, if I'm meandering, if I'm doing sets with like a heavy weight and I want more rest, it'll take a little longer. But it doesn't have to be very long. It's me being fucking prissy. But I like it, you know? I like being prissy. And we got another random smasher pass. Fucking no, dude. The mind crusher. I like my mind. I like my brain. I don't want either of those hands near me. Smash, you are a liar, Mimi. I'm sending that to your mom. Hell yeah, Machoke. Go think about what you've done. Get banned on. Go think about what you've fucking done. That's too far. Not Machoke, bro. You will not disrespect one of my favorite Pokemon like that. Okay. Business Mall time. It's lore giver's moment. We are going from the depths of silly to the heights of scary. Combo beat down. Okay. Fucking banana jet plane. I can say two words next to each other. The deck either goes infinite with some combination of the commander, a mana producer that makes more and more mana with each trigger, and an outlet if that doesn't work, beat face with dorks. Oh. Do not show me a Slivers deck. Please. If there is a god up there listening, please let this not be a Slivers deck. I wish so badly that this was a Slivers deck. God damn it. Oh, it's Ratatouille. Okay, it's a Ratatouille deck. So, for those of you who have not played against this fucking Dark Souls enemy, Mana Dorks get +2/+2. Mana Dorks attacking untaps them. When you cast a big spell, you get to untap a creature, and that creature gets +7/+7 and trample until end of turn. What's up, Mr. Skippy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Twitch. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So what's our big shit? Atali, that's reasonable. Fear of the Horde. I fucking hate you. Nib. This one seems weird. This one seems most likely to explode our own penis, which is not something I'm a big fan of. If it was just to opponents' creatures, I would be totally on it, but this is like, we gotta stop hitting ourselves. We're Gruul. We can hit other people. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up about the worm, man. Whose YouTube video did you watch? Who put you up to this? Panglacial worm. Okay, preposterous proportions. I like this. This is incredibly cute. I love the lemurs. This is probably one of my favorite overruns. This reeks of booster pack because it is quite bad in the context of most commander games because you don't get trample, which is just crushingly bad. I cannot overrate how crushingly bad it is to get chump blocked by shitty 1/1s when you try to do this spell. A Savage Beating. This seems perfectly fine and good. Oh, Raga Draga gives... Well... Notably, that gives trample to one creature. And so if somebody's health is low enough that you only need to deal 20 damage to kill the one player, dope. But seeing as it's one trample, like we would genuinely, I think, be better off with something like Endray's Forerunners, or even the classic Craterhoof. Like, that's honestly what's crazy to me, is that it's a $2,000 deck. We're worming on them. We're overrunning them. But are we too Manic Pixie Dream Mana Dork to play Yield Beast? Current Timber I agree with. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You piece of shit. You have an entire deck where the entire gimmick is I have a reason to not run Sol Ring, and what do? You skip turn 1. You skip turn 1. You skip playing Llanowar Elf. You skip playing Birds of Paradise. What do? You fucking maniac? You play a worthless artifact. A completely worthless mana artifact that does nothing for you in this deck. Doesn't even tap for mana. If I lie. Alright, 12 dorks. Land creatures, sure. I'm not totally sold on having such a low number of dorks when I think they like just keep power creeping the dorks that exist. We can kind of do it with land creatures too. Maybe I just don't understand the combos here. And I guess that's a combo. But the lack of Selvala alone seems incredible to me. Because we're going to have big boys. And they kind of got to eat. Give mana ability seems fine. Other tag. Oh, okay. So there's more dorks. There's 20. Gotcha. This makes more sense. So there's dorks, and then there's dorks that are good. Okay, this is all totally fine. We have some tutors. Weird mana ability. Oh, this probably gets fucked up, because you can't even... Who wronged you? I don't need to read Phyrexian to know what this card says. I've been hit with it too many times before, Lawgiver. Yes, Mimo, you've picked up on the fact this is notably not a mana ability. It's a mana inability. This is not only not ADA compliant, it is reducing the ADA compliance of other facilities. How strange. How strange. How strange and evil we are. And Lawgiver, I couldn't help but notice you said, your pod's getting a little bit more interaction. I wonder why. Can't imagine why. Alright, Redshift. Okay, so this is other abilities only, which is a little bit weird. Goldhound, 3/3 with First Strike and Menace isn't nothing. Then Wild Cantor. Does this count as... I cannot conceive of a single reason we would want Wild Cantor over just a 1 mana dork that other than like you were trying to hurt me personally. Is this pet card? That could be true. Do you really like the art? Is it the hair? Is the hair getting you? Is it the knees? Okay, so it does meet the requirements, but even if it meets the requirement, this is Elvish Mystic, but I must kill myself to do the Elvish part. Okay, and then X mana. This seems fine. Oh, that's truly fucked up with some of your mana equals bigness. 5 pieces of interaction and 2 of them are secretly lands. Most gruel shit I have seen in my entire life. Wild... I like Wild Cantor balances out Vorinclex. This is my, what's it called? Like a divine restriction or something? The deals they make in JJK for when they get to cheat at the game. In return for putting Vorinclex Voice of Hunger in my deck, I will always have Wild Cantor in my opening hand. Heavenly restriction. I mean, them being protection spells genuinely makes sense. This deck is probably seeking to flood the board very quickly, and it can put a bunch of like 3/3s, 4/4s into play. What it has to be afraid of is as soon as anybody draws a board wipe. Kippy, it is paid outside of the free raffle stream we do at the beginning of every month. Okay, land creatures, multi-tool. Okay, maybe we fart just a ton of mana. Up the fucking beanstalk. Okay, we're leaving. Let me look at this curve. No. I guess the X spell, there's a ton of X spells that are hiding in this 1 and 2 mana zone. So it's better than it looks, but I think I want to see the playtest, but I think I'm coming to an idea of what I wish to correct about this deck. So we get to Fanatic of Ronas. Hey, look at us. We're so cool. We Raga Draga. Now this dude's big as fuck. He also taps for a lot of mana. On our next turn, this ETB's tapped. Fuck that. We Wooded Foothills. What does this fetch? A command tower. Because I say so. We can't entwine this. Okay, we can Nature's Rhythm. We can Nature's Rhythm. We have 8 mana available, so that's 6 into the spell. What is a 6 mana creature? What is our best 6 mana creature that we can go get? Not a Tali. But we can get 7 next turn, so we probably do just wait a turn. We So we float 9 mana, we do X equals 7. Give me my fucking dinosaur. Laura, could you elaborate on what the combo is that we're looking for? Is the combo I cast an expensive thing and I hit people? Because we did harmonize, so we get to untap this guy, give him like +7/+7, or we give it to our commander. Worm Calling. Is that a... Are you shorthanding me right now, or is that a spell? Any of these centrifuges go infinite. Oh! Ah, okay. So we're trying to... God, good golly gosh, do I not like this as a combo deck. But okay. So here's the thing. Here's my thing, right? In Gruul, we are incredibly limited on our ways to search for our combo targets. This is part of the reason why Gruul and CDH is limited to I count 7 mana, I cast a Tali, and I pray. Raga Draga does have some ability to make these infinites work, but because of your just like the color's broad inability to get to its pieces, to execute its pieces, and to protect its combos, these are very WWE infinites and not very I'm a serious Magic player playing serious Magic, because it seems like we have to have a power equals mana squared creature for this to work, because if we're just untapping Birds of Paradise, we don't float enough mana for Aggravated Assault or for Umbral Mantle to go infinite. So this is very much I make one of these 8 infinitely big. So we're looking for 8 needles out of 99 haystacks, and then we're looking for 4 other needles out of 99 haystacks, and then if we put them together we win, and if we do anything but that we probably get exploded upon. This is if we're in an arms race with our table, this is the type of situation where I would want to go for stacks over going for protect my combo. Like I would be saying, okay, well, I'm going to beat you to death with 3 3s. And then maybe I'll get to my, like you can still have the combo, but rather than, I would be shaving from everywhere else, and I would be trying to prevent the rest of my pod from winning while I beat them to death with mana dorks, and I just did like draw for turn, hope I find the combo. Because Gruul, if you're not doing a Tali, you cannot go fast enough. We will just inevitably hit this point of, okay, well they keep powering up around me. It is not possible for me to wear enough Kevlar to guard against all of the bullets they're shooting at me. It is possible for me to turn their artifacts off. It is possible for me to even do like Rurik Thar and punish them for trying to storm. There's a lot of things we can do in this high power but not yet CEDH space that to... This is like watching a caveman accidentally figure out how to enrich uranium. And I'm trying to figure out how to back you off the edge without taking away the toy. Well, no, it's not that everyone else is Super Saiyan and you're Krillin. It's that everyone, like, you're Super Saiyan and everyone else is just Star Trek people with fucking lasers. Like, it's just, you are a Super Saiyan and you're standing there yelling and a little red dot is appearing on your chest and you can't do anything about it. Because what I also don't like about these X spells, it's bracket 3 to 4, not us going up to upper 4. That is exactly where I would say you stop being able to keep up. Like, that is exactly where I begin to question the ability of this deck to really participate in a combo meta outside of hoping for the best. Like, if we have this enters untapped because I feel bad for you. We go Llanowar Elves turn 1. We go Beanstalk turn 2. We get our commander. We prototype this guy, because that's all we have the mana for. We get this guy out. So we have like a little bit of a board, but it's turn 5. We can do some additional combats. We can give some stuff mana abilities. But for the most part, you're running an extremely fair ground game while people are shooting ion cannons around you. And that we get fucking our goat, the amazing. I think we can play him because this guy taps for 3. We play Panglacial Worm, or we entwine this and we try to beat everybody to death. Because we can get, if we do 7, and then we give it to this guy so that we can cast as much stuff as possible. We can Gruul Player combo, which Gruul Player combo is I cast some extra combat spells and I hit you as hard as physically possible. So I cast Savage Beating first during combat. I give this Double Strike. It's a 1/3 that went back up to a 3/5 that's going up to 10 whatever. It's getting Double Strike, and there's an additional combat phase. Bang Bang. I swing at whoever has the fewest blockers. Next combat, Bang Bang. Swing at whoever has the fewest blockers. In the main phase, after these combats, I play Fury of the Horde, and I give this to, depending on if I think removal is coming, either the elves or the Cradle Clearcutter, and I just try to hit them really hard again. And so I have 2 10-power creatures that both have trample, and I'm taking multiple combats. And then I play the Worm. Yeah, why are we trying to do science? This makes the Infinite seem even weirder to me. Like, oh sure, we give it to Raga Draga, and then it's just 2 people die to commander damage because we have a trampling massive fuck you commander, and then we're just 1v1ing somebody. And then we're 1v1ing somebody to try to beat them. I think this is like the monkeys from Planet of the Apes trying to figure out calculus when the correct move was actually just to continue throwing rocks at people. I think stuff like Aggravated Assault is probably fine. Oh, I'm trying to wrap my head around the decisions here. But like Nibelheim seems ridiculous because we're gonna fucking beat our own guys to death depending on how we coordinate these triggers. I understand what Fury's doing for us. I definitely do not believe in preposterous proportions anymore. Holy fuck. Regal Force seems like it seems to me like the plan we want to have is actually kind of similar to what Gruul players want to do in CEDH, which is I want to count to 7 as quickly as possible, and as soon as I count to 7, I'm going to hope to God that I can kill somebody. And so like Regal Force is hand refill, which isn't nothing, but we also have a ton of X spells that I think would frankly be better off as just like good creatures. I think we're a little bit, we discovered math and now we are just like lock drawing onto the idea of multivariable calculus when we're still really good at punching people. Heaven and Earth is crazy work, lore. That's grime right there. That's Gruul player shit talk, and I kind of respect it, but it should be Craterhoof. I think even Nyxborn Hydra makes me feel the same way because all of our outlets are I beat you to death. We are not invoking any of the deep magics here. We are giving one guy a medically dangerous amount of creatine, and we're hoping he can hit you really hard. And so in that context, it seems weird to have these kind of like kookier cards and not have Craterhoof when we're very much doing deck of guys that cosplay Craterhoof. I do think we're low on draw. But we do have to spread ourselves kind of thin to make all this stuff work. Berserk is insane. I think Final Heaven's pretty silly, particularly because it will give something like Final Heaven just reads I pay 8 mana, anything on my board becomes lethal. Fuck yeah. I would certainly believe in Tribute to the World Tree. I kind of believe in Greater Good, but not particularly. Yeah, like this is the Ice Intercontinental Ballistic Pigman is Tifa's Limit Break. So I'm rocking with that 100% of the time. I don't believe in Outcast or Trailblazer because most stuff is coming in at 3, not coming in at 4. And so everything will come in, or all of our dorks will come in and trigger Tribute to the World Tree. The other stuff that we should probably be thinking about, we're just gonna miss on like... Yeah, the 4 or greater thing is gonna stuff us a little bit, just saying because it has a mana ability. God damn it, I hate typos. This is not a good enough mana ability for something that is going to whiff on every other interaction in the deck. If we're spending... The things we're spending more than 1 mana on are typically things that are going to add mana equal to power and are going to get really fucking silly later on in the game. Seeing how the deck playtests, it seems like Redshift is only here to work with Aggravated Assault. It seems like Goldhound is only here so that you can say what a weird card it is. The draw is lacking. Lifestream's Blessing could help with that. It not being 7 is a real kick in the dick, though. I think this is more what we're looking for. We could do both. We have Devoted Druid already. Yeah, I think Elemental Bond is more usable as card draw. It's incredibly commander pilled, but it will at least trigger off of all the creatures we currently have in the deck. I like Ragadraga Atomic Work Pig. He needs to get out of the lab and just hit people. No, Jomi, we're just looking for better hits than goddamn Regal Force and Panglacial Worm. This is here as a joke. I guarantee it. I cannot speak enough about how much I dislike Nibelheim of Flame. I am very happy that you pulled it. Please put it in another deck before it damages my eyes. Gup Rising's in here. I want to say the haste seems crazy, but it's not that the haste is crazy, but what I want to draw attention to is card draw. Lord, that could be an ASPCA commercial or whatever, which one of those animal shelters is. Motherfucker, we're spending 7 mana and mostly board wiping ourselves to get 4 cards, but we won't play Elemental Bond. Okay, so this guy sucks. Vorinclex is the type of thing you could do. It is, I think, weirdly at odds with am I going infinite, or am I trying to force the other players to meet me where I'm at? Because those are really the two directions we could go. I think if we're trying to hit not having a creature-based way to turn this infinite on is very difficult for us. Because anytime I'm seeing Vorinclex, if I'm right, I'm not saying 9/8 Vorinclex is bad. What I'm saying is we want to have a coherent direction that the deck wants to go, and Vorinclex is going in a lock the game down situation. So I'm not saying these picks are bad, I'm saying these picks are scattered. We can get a big tree man that tries to slow down, that we can get a big value tree man. But where I currently see a big value tree man, I'm wondering why we don't just have Chord of Calling to hit something that makes us win the game on the spot. And then you can kind of repeat that question for like Goldhound and Cantor. Like there's not a narrative arc that I can sort of swallow to understand why this is the play we want to make, rather than, okay, well, I'm going to go get this elf baddie who's going to make me 3 million mana and combines to win the game. Like, we have to decide whether we are about winning the game or whether we are about flexing our big, strong muscles. Because like, naturally, in the course of winning the game, you are going to flex your big, strong muscles. But if you want to be a Gruul combo deck, we have to be really about this combo. Like, you don't have blue, you don't have black, like you don't have any of the good tutoring colors, and so you have to be like super about your shit and trying to make sure that you are either getting to the combo or getting to lethal on the person who's going to stop your combo. Like, because we can give you some interaction, but for the most part, once we move to bracket 3, bracket 4, you're getting left behind on the interaction train. You do not have, I was going to say something very dirty. You do not have the tools for this job. Nariafiel, thank you for the 200-bit cheer. Hey, Maldhound, now that I can actually catch a live, want to say thanks for being you. Your content brings much joy to my life and makes me giggle. Thank you so much. We could dance with Calamity. It wouldn't be impossible. It would actually give us a reason to have all these X spells. But the X spells are like the other thing of, this is totally reasonable value add. In a world where I am trying to kill somebody before they Thoracle me, you must help me reconcile why it is not Bigfoot Jimmy who's going to hoof them square in the cooter. I don't like Summoner's Pact because half of the game is... This only goes to hand, by the way. This thing can go fuck itself. We don't need... We're not that all in, but what we want to be all in on is beating people to death. I don't think Beast Whisperer... I think we've already suggested 2 other engines that will be helpful. But what I do think is... I think what we're looking at right here is... We're looking at a child who is going off to college and can't decide which of their Legos to throw out and which get to go in the one suitcase that they take with them. I am sympathetic to that situation because it seems like the place your pod is moving is this deck should be a shitload of creature tutors. Like, your game changer should be Worldly Tutor, should be Survival of the Fittest, and you should have Chord of Calling, Green Sun Zenith, etc., 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 and we should be trying to Crater Hoof the fastest combo deck as quickly as possible. However, we have Heaven and Earth, which was absolutely put in to make fun of somebody, and we have Balduvian Rage, which was absolutely put in to make fun of somebody, and we have these other things that were very obviously put in for the dream of the 30/30 Man Bear Pig. We're not doing Avatar of Slaughter. See, Avatar of Slaughter is one of the Legos we had to leave behind. So for 7+, like Tooth and Nail is absolutely where we want to be. We want Crater Hoof. I don't think we want this. No. This interaction is genuinely very whatever. I think more than interaction, we want ways to get to our infinites. Or if we're not getting to our infinites, get to the creatures that can make individual people die so that we have more time to try to win the game. Like having Vorinclex Voice of Hunger in as our final game changer over Gamble is the core dilemma of this deck. And it may be the case that the place this deck wants to live is getting slowly but surely left behind by the power creep of your table. And we have to move from here's my bracket 3 Raga Draga deck to here's my bracket 4 Atali deck. But if we want this to be keeping up in a bracket 3 verging on bracket 4 deck, we need some motherfucking way to get one of these centrifuges out. Because they are burning a hole in our deck otherwise. Oh yeah, Invasion of Ikoria. Get a big fucker who's not blockable anymore. Like this is the deck. If we want Raga Draga to be lost in the sauce, he does not need to be lost in the sauce trying to figure out how centrifuges work. He needs to be doing recruitment efforts. He needs to be a middle school football coach. He needs to be locating all of the children in his area who are at the top of the growth charts for 12-year-olds, and he needs to be giving them creatine and then handing them a hammer. So put in Spine of Ishah, got it. We have that core. We have the Encore one, Jomi Bug. But that is the broad direction I would take it. I think the things that can be cut are, unfortunately, all of the funny cards that do not relate to the combo. That is the convergence point that we are slowly but surely going to, and there is a point at which it will make you too sad and you will not go any further. But all the stuff that doesn't contribute that much to the combo is like Regal Force, Preposterous, playing Glacial Worm, Nibelheim Aflame, Berserk, Leyline of Abundance, Goldhound, Wild Cantor, Vorinclex, Balduvian Rage, Heaven and Earth, Nyxborn Hydra, and Tyvar Stand. I realize there's like cute little loops that you can achieve with them. Wait, the Spine does go infinite. Oh, because it's 7 mana. And so you just destroy the Spine. Then yes, actually, do this. Vine Boom me. Yes, put in more infinite stuff. I didn't realize how goddamn expensive this piece of shit was. I thought you were just trolling me. But yeah, we gotta decide, am I about the combo or am I not? I really dislike it when a combo is just there and might happen. I want it to either be the name of the game or I want it to be dead in a ditch. So I would do Spine. I think with red, we have a greater capability to tutor for artifacts as well. If there's anything else like this that you were sitting on, Jomi, this 7-drop goes infinite. Because if we have Raga Draga and we have one of our creatures that add mana equal to power, when we cast a 7-drop, we give that mana dork +7/+7. We also get to untap it. Spine destroys itself, goes to hand. We float now 8 mana from Marwyn. Marwyn goes to 15/15. Now we've made infinite mana, and now we can use the overflow to buff the rest of our board, and everything gets infinite trample, infinite power, infinite toughness, infinite bacon. They only untap when they attack, though, right? That's true if you haven't read the card. You also get to untap a target creature if you spend 7 mana on a spell. They also untap when they attack. I offer one singular yike. I mean, that's where we are. Listen, if this motherfucking deck is trying to keep up with Kefka, it deserves to blow its own back out. Sometimes you gotta make your own happiness. Werebear's fucking ridiculous, and you know this. You know this. I don't have to tell you that. This is goddamn ridiculous. So overall, I get it. I get how it started. I frankly don't think giving a mana ability is that necessary. So I think these slots are kind of wasted as well. And overall, it feels like we are in the awkward teenage stage of it started as a deck that just beat people to death, and then you needed a combo because of Trevor. And now Trevor's still kind of pushing it. And if you're willing to do combo, just lean in. Lean in, make that happen, make that more reliable. There for the flavor text, and because it's a were creature, hell yeah. Hell yeah, my friend. But we gotta kill Balduvian Rage with hammers. So I think right now we're kind of on this western peak. And I think we're getting dragged down, not necessarily in a derogatory way, but the direction your pod is going sounds like you're going to have to play better and better cards as time goes on. And that's just the reality you're in. But Lawgiver, thank you very much for the submission. I appreciate it very much. I hope this was helpful, or at least pointed you in a good direction. We're going to go to the manual ad break, put 5 minutes on the clock, and then it's Dirty's time. And we have Silver Lotad from YouTube, who's recommending Staff of Domination as another potential source to go infinite, and another potential way to combo out, draw your whole deck if you have enough mana from like a Selvala or something. Because if you can tap something for 4... Yeah, if you can tap something for 4, I think you get there. It might be 5. Who cares? I hate math. I'm gonna piss. I'll be right back. Narrowfield Inc., thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate that contribution to the dog pile. So the chair cryptid doesn't come to get me in my sleep. Baby Nadu would never do that unless I told him to, which I might. All right, ad break's going. Dirty's here. We're going to do 5 minutes on the vamp timer. I'm going to catch up on any questions I missed. First, favorite Gen 1 starter, Charizard, no shot. I knew I was getting old when I listened to a mathematical explanation of why Venusaur was actually the best, because he's like the next best plant type you can get, or grass type, is just not as good as, or like can't measure up to Venusaur. Fave Pokemon in general, I think Torchic, because it turned, oh no, it's Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, because Typhlosion fucking rules. Also, Sid and Kat, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Grass types were pretty bad. Typhlosion has been canceled? What? What happened? What happened? How? What the fuck happened to Typhlosion? No, tell the boss. Tell the boss. What? What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Deep lore, weird stuff. Why the fuck is allegations on the... I'm not looking at that. Why is there addressing... Okay. Leaked Pokemon lore includes story of a girl who has a baby with a Pokemon. Get out of here, Vice. Yada yada yada. In the unused backstory, a young girl from a long time ago when the boundary between Pokemons and humans was unclear is tricked into believing that the shape-shifting Typhlosion is a human. She marries this Typhlosion, disguising itself as a human, has sex with it, and has a child with it, all before her father finds out and kills it. It like adopts her when she's a child. That sounds like editorializing. Hold on. Typhlosion allegations. God damn it. I'm not listening to the AI overview. I'm not listening to chat either. Please, Wikipedia. No, I saw... Okay. So some people are claiming that the machine translation changed the details of this Typhlosion story. Please, God, be true. Okay, genuinely, this story is like several pages. I refuse to believe that a Game Freak employee decided to stand on the freak part of the name and wrote a story like that involving a child human. That seems like the quickest. That seems like speed run, get fired. I would totally believe that they wrote a story about Typhlosion having a child with a human. We're pausing the vamp timer. This is fucking detective time. I feel like I could totally believe that they were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna write a story about Typhlosion getting freaky with a human. I refuse to believe that anybody typed out like, yeah, for Pokemon backstory, we're going to have a Typhlosion commit a federal offense, and I think this is not going to get me fired. That seems to be part of the like that seems to be part of the lore of the like Japanese badger monster that Typhlosion is based off of, but this is absolutely the internet running with ridiculous bullshit. Yeah, not canon. Typhlosion's still my guy. This shit is not true. This is fucking copy pasta. This is fucking copy pasta bullshit. Legend of the Fuck Badger, get out of here. Yeah, this is like, I think it's Sora Usagi. This is like if people said that the Vaporeon meme was like Game Freak canon. The story just uses girl and never gives an age range, and given the mythology it's based off of, girl could just mean young unmarried woman. Yeah, like I think this is 100% the internet wanted a thing to meme about, and so they were just like, what if we pretended it was the bad time? Step 1, get hired by Game Freak. Step 2, be a Game Freak, I guess. If you were a Pokemon, what would you be? Go. Well, now I feel weird about saying Typhlosion. He tricks the girl by giving her berries. What sort of grown lady would fall for that? I mean, I don't know. Read a myth ever. That's like, in myths, people are the number one most trickable motherfuckers in the world. They fall for anything. Like, that's why it's a myth. That's why it's a fable. That's why Aesop talked about it. People do dumb shit. When building a meme deck, do you fully commit to the bit and only include cards for the meme, or do you include non-meme cards that cause the meme deck to function? It depends on the purpose of the deck. There are some decks where the meme is garnish, where the meme is just, and this is just good advice for anybody who wants to build a meme deck. There are some situations where your meme is garnish to an existing functional mechanic. There are some decks where the meme is terrible, unworkable, bad. The second class of deck, I fully commit to the bit, and it's just like bracket 1 PowerPoint night bullshit. If the deck is mechanically functional at all, then the meme is garnish. And the important thing is to not pretend like it's this super interesting and flavorful deck. Just be like, oh yeah, it's a little bit of sauce on top. What will get you lost is when you try to build a meme deck that's really just like, oh, it's Merfolk Kindred, but I did alt art, so now it's a Little Mermaid theme deck. And then you're like, why aren't you clapping? This is the scene from the movie where Sebastian does the dance routine, and it's just you casting Horseshoe Crab. Like, don't do that. Sid, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Okay, Dirty, you're here, right? We can bring you out into the town square and throw tomatoes at you now? I think if we're going to leave the Typhlosion allegations aside for the moment, what Pokemon would I be? I'm probably going to be Blaziken, straight up. Look at that hairline, bro. That's glorious. Yeah, I'm middle-aged, so I'm grilling. Fucking perfect. Maul to help. I can't sneak Squall through airport security and he keeps getting detained. What do? Domino, you just gotta read them the card and show them your draft record to prove to them that Squall is definitely not a bomb. Alright, Dirty's ready. Let's go to their deck. This is Spooky. Despite being an on and off MTG player since the 90s, this was the first EDH deck I built when I returned to the hobby in 2023. This Yarok list has changed dramatically in that time, and after playing it a few times in Gen Pop, it seemed too fiddly and drew a lot of aggro. This is my attempt to put Yarok comfortably in bracket 3, mostly by limiting the creatures to elementals and putting big value in the land base to make sure it plays consistently. It's currently without game changers in the main board, so suggestions there are warranted. Most of all, I want to be able to play a cool Yarok list without scaring the bitches too badly. Alright, so it's every millennial's dream of what if one day I owned a house. Because I want to first interrogate what you mean by a cool Yarok list, because every Yarok list I see is goddamn Landfall. It's goddamn Real Estate Simulator. Now we get to do ETBs of any permanent, and the other danger here is that we can immediately become lost in the sauce. We can become a middle-aged man going through the meat section at Costco. The last bit of primer. Okay, some cards are chosen solely for the borderless art. The whole deck is gorgeous. Okay. I would actually love to, yes, I would love to see the Sultai themed lands. I actually, on Mox, I don't see a play more Magic. Okay, that makes sense. Choosing Yarok as your first commander makes sense for that. This is a, like, big, broad, please don't fuck with me. I want time to do stuff. So play more Magic. I think that is a very broad thing. And this is not dragging, but I think it will be easier to play more Magic if we pick a type of Magic we would like to play. I can see the interesting choices, so I'll look through what we do have and see what stands out as the most interesting. Mastery Abundance. So we have ETB draw a card, ETB flood counter, ETB draw, ETB even more ETB. Oh, here's a trauma we're gonna heal. Here's a trauma that we're gonna heal for you as a Sultai player. We have no fear of the discard. I know you want to play more Magic. We're gonna let you play the most Magic by dumping that fucking hand, my friend. We're gonna be chucking this hand into the graveyard as quickly as we fucking can. And that will give you one of your interesting choices. So I would first recommend we don't break maximum hand size. That is not even a restriction. That is just going to be an avenue by which you can do cool, tricky bullshit. Flicker makes sense. Bond could make sense, depending on the creatures we have. I love copying things. Stop countering my shit, please. Okay, reasonable. All right, so initial callouts. I think anything that is a trigger doubler, flicker, or clone spell, I'm going to hold in my mind as a thing to potentially replace with heat. Anytime I see somebody reach for, well, what if I doubled it again? What that communicates to me is that we are unsatisfied with the first go around. And so rather than try to line up doing like 2 to the 4th power activations, I always prefer to line up, what if we could replace this with one card where if it triggered Yarok one time, we're yelling whoopee. So feckin' green shell. So if big butts enter, we get to check top. And we've immediately abandoned that theme. Beautiful, immediately. What? No, okay, we go back to it with the sexy land elf. All right, and then we have some landfall ETBs, mastery finality. So is this meant to be the stuff that's going to kill people? Hey, animals kill people every day. I'm seeing the forest for the trees, and the trees are pointing guns at me. Nerd Rage can probably do it. Avenger never sticks. I don't think Avenger needs to, quite frankly. We're a Sultai deck as well, and you best believe I'm gonna fuck this up with some Reanimator nonsense. Yeah, Mossborn Hydra will inevitably murder people. Mastery Decay. Okay, so here's our interaction. I like this. I like the Evoke ETBs. That's clever. That's playing into your bullshit. Soul Shadow is just responsible. I like Nowhere to Run. I like Death Begets Life. And this is just fine veggies. Mastery Cuddly, the 2 most offensive creatures I have seen in my fucking life. Mastery equals Cuddly, and we have the combo kitten and the kitten that claws your balls off. These are fine. These are fine. I'm only reacting to the tag. These are totally fine. I'm fine. Mastery Rebirth. All right, we have Reanimate. We have Life from the Loam, which I think is a little bit weird, but is a Sultai good card. Glacier Wood Siege. This has got to be for Lands from Grave. Yeah, and then we have Lands Trigger again. Muldrotha, get access to more stuff. Mastery Resilience, aka boy howdy have I been fucking hurt before. We have a lot of counterspells, so we're trying to make this bracket 3. We have 43 lands, our sideboard is massive. Got it. So first, Dirty, what I would ask is, what cards in this list are not sacred to you, but which cards currently make you smile the most? You're not allowed to say Panharmonicon. Let me snatch that one out of your mouth. But outside of Panharmonicon, because what I want to work towards is what I see here is a extremely relatable middle-aged man desire for the biggest engine possible. But I don't see the rest of the car in my mind's eye. I see, I don't know a lot about cars, so I'm going to get this wrong, a V11 engine. I see the idea of tires, of axles, of maybe a frame, but we want this to be like a Bond car where the headlights can open up and shoot missiles at people. Okay, the Bloomborough Elementals, Risen Reef, Titania. Those are the cards we will keep safe. Yeah, V11s, those are real. So Lumra's fucked up, Rottenmouth Viper's fucked up. Titania. Okay, on Forest ETB, I get a token. On Forest Sack, I get a token. Definitely ways to work with that. All right, in speaking to the elemental restriction we have put on ourselves, mechanical restrictions like that, they're not my favorite kind. They can certainly be acceptable. They can certainly work. I do think we got to decide here and now, are we 100% on it or 100% not on it? Because I can't help but notice that we have avoided it in certain places. In some places because they're cuddly, and in some other places because we went, well, oh fuck, this one's really, really good. And once we have a flavor restriction and then go, but I'm not going to follow it when it's oh fuck, really, really good, that's when the deck starts to feel less cohesive. And so if we want it to be Elemental Kindred, we can. It will still be quite strong because holy fuck, Muldrotha is an elemental. But we have, I think, 2 or 3 breaks from the elemental theme that I promise you the deck will work, even if we kill those people with bullets. Absolutely not. Elder Giant, he at least looked like an elemental. Breeze, thank you for the 10-bit cheer. Royal Elemental will make people scoop. That is true. Please don't read my mind before I suggest the card that makes me very, very happy. I like this quite a lot. Okay, but in general, I don't think Illuge is doing very much for us. I mean, I guess we could get a free counterspell out of it, but I also can't help but notice we don't have very much card draw. We have Props Eidetic. Let me go to the playtest and see how this is running right now. I don't think it's too spicy for bracket 3 dirty. I think people... Royal Elemental is definite territory where you might scare the hose. If people are freaking out about Royal Elemental, they shouldn't be playing at bracket 3. Frankly. Now you can't control that, and so it may still be frustrating for you, but you can't prevent them from getting mad about totally normal play patterns. We have this. We can Soul Shatter if we need to. Do we not have ramp? Are we fucking maniacs? Hold on. We have a little bit. Okay. We have a little tiny bit. Jesus. So now, Dirty, I'm finding this to be a too many hot dogs, not enough buns situation, because a lot of the stuff we want to do does not do anything until Yarok has been played. This is one of the situations. This is why so many Yarok decks default into doing landfall, because you have a 5-mana commander who's turning on most of everything that you want to have happen. And so if you can't get them out ahead of curve in a bracket 3 game, you've used up like 2/3 of the game time just land passing into your commander. So I would recommend that we bring growth up a bit, and we play like Cultivate, Sky Shroud Claim, Kodama's Reach, the 2 or 3 mana spells that get us, or the 3 or 4 mana spells that get us 2 lands into hand. I mean, fuck it, I'm dumping this guy. I want to take a game action, Brother Bear. Morphic Pool, Reanimate, give me my guy. We in this shit now. And then we get Exploration, and now we're fine. Now we're set. Boom. Land drop, we have Yarok. We have Lumra, it costs less. We mill 4. This comes in tapped. This comes in tapped. This happens twice. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, so on turn 6, we have a big fuck you bear. How big is he? He's 9/9 with vigilance and reach. If we need to, we can flicker Lumra to try to get more shit out of the deck. We have Hagra Mauling, but we have infinite money, so we don't even care about that. I will just hard cast Mole Drifter for 4 mana. And I draw 4. I give this guy Nerd Rage. I get the 10 cards in hand. I swing a 14/15 and then my 9/9 bear and I tell everybody to fucking cope about it. Okay, I can see the vision. I can see the dream here. So let me think about what I don't like as much. I don't believe in Illuge. I think Undergrowth Champion is okay. Me personally, I would rather do things that are going to convert to the Lumra Nerd Rage plan a little bit better. This is basically just a guy who says I'm going to have a million counters on me, and that's Landfall Snooze Fest, baby. Tuck me in. Tuck me in, give me some tea, and pat me on the ass. Oh no, I was just thinking of Lumra and Rottenmouth Viper. Alright, we can keep this baby in the corner. We should kill Undergrowth Champion. If we go to our next turn, I barely even think we need Dryad of the Elysian Grove. I mean, the fixing every type of land is really good for turning our brain off, which I realize is necessary for the Sultai players. I don't think we need double land drops that badly. Oh! So let me show you a reason we may want to break away from this elemental typal, because Yarok is going to be fine in bracket 3 whether or not you are restricting yourselves to only elementals. There's a ton of things that do this. I'm thinking of this dumbass. He likes elements. He has an ETB. Dreads mana fixing, mana fixing for sadness, and the forest keyword with Titania. Ah, okay. Hold on. I get that. If I can understand that synergy, even if I hate it for involving forest. But if we want to keep that synergy, then I think at that point we should accept that we're not on elemental kindred, because people will be able to see that we are lying. And so if we're not on that, I would recommend this guy. I would recommend this guy just for anything, because his ETB is going to double. Yeah, we can Invasion of Zendikar as well. We have so much fucking huge ramp that's on ETB. Get me some shit. Bramble Familiar. Nah. See, this is a choice we made because it's an elemental and because he's cute. And I'm trying to debate in my head if it's worth maintaining a bit that we can't maintain totally. Because what I would want to see is this guy. This is the type of guy I want to see. Bramble is almost sacred. Okay, so we really like the... So we're kind of like a fucked up... not Orwellian. We're like a cosmic horror Disney princess. We want to be maneuvering through the world, spewing terrible, terrible bile onto everything. I like cute little guys and their big stinky father. Okay. So we're on cutelittle-guys.deck. How do we convert extremely cute little men with their cute little hands into murder? Yeah, we're in Pet Cemetery, Summon. We are deep inside the Pet Cemetery right now. Who are the cute little guys that don't help us kill? So can I assume that Feckin' Grimshell is also quite close to Sacred? Do I understand your game correctly? That this sweet turtle man who will trigger not a permanent but himself. He's one of our boys. I guess not. I do love him though. Okay, the love is enough. Listen, Dirty. Yarok is strong enough that love can power this deck. Love and landfall. Yarok triggers. Listen, if you show me footage of you playing Feckin' Greenshell before Yarok, I will show you footage of me approaching your location at dangerous speeds. We're not accepting that argument. Yarok will make him double trigger himself, is what you meant to say. And then, I mean, we have like the Dryad, right? That can stay. And then the Green Warden can do it. I don't like this guy. Is he cute? This is landfall pig feed in my mind. We can do better. I'm coming around to like Disney princess meets oil spill. I did try to build such that I wouldn't necessarily have to rush Yarok out. I have terrible news about your deck. I think you kind of have to rush Yarok out. Like the... Or I guess not, it's less of you have to rush Yarok out and more of like, if we're not rushing to Yarok, I don't understand what we're doing. Because if whatever, I'll Triumph. Who cares? Next turn. I reveal Avenger of Zendikar to make everybody shit themselves. I Rampant Growth, it gets a Peatland, which is a basic shut up. I like Thought Vessel. Oh no, that's another fetch land. I get Botanical Sanctum, because that can be fetched. Turn 4. I've rushed Yarok out. The only stuff in my hand that I might otherwise want to play is Thrix to get into Avenger of Zendikar. But if I play Avenger of Zendikar before I played Yarok, I feel quite silly. And so I think the order of operations for this deck is always, I want to play Yarok. I don't know that you can build it in such a way that Yarok is going to feel like a core part of the gameplay without feeling like a thing that we're rushing to get to. You shut the fuck up about the Spore Frog right now, Iceblader. I will get you, brother. Alright, and so these are also our sweet little guys. Then... should I cut the other doublers then? I would recommend it. I think as I'm getting my head around how this deck wants to operate, and it's like Disney critters break bad. This is like the nightmare that every 8-year-old has when they go on their first trip to Disney and they think they're in that one like log jam ride and the cart stops and the lights go out and something grabs them. That is the experience we're trying to create. And so I don't really think you need any other doublers. I think Yarok is the only doubler we care about. And after that, all we care about is how do I get my critters out here? I need my critters. I'm going to say something crazy, and I want you to understand it's because I'm with Division. Come on, Scryfall. You can do it. Come on, buddy. More playable than Panharmonicon. I am, of course, exaggerating for effect, but genuinely doubling more. Great, lots of game actions. It seems like the game action that we care about is I wish to begin cuddling. I wish to evoke upon these hoes. I wish to spout incantations. And so for that, it means that we need to get more card selection. It means if we don't want to, like if we don't want to be rushing out to Yarok, the things we should be doing before we play Yarok are typically finding the stuff that's going to be dope to play with Yarok. Thank you for sending those lands. Let me go grab them. Whoops. Hold on. Oh, these all perfect. Hold on. Oh, these are cute. I'm going to pray to God that you've drawn them yourself, but these are very, very cute. Okay. So back to the matter at hand. So Virtue of Knowledge, Panharmonicon, even Conjurer's Closet, I would just kill on the spot. I think anything that's doubling, we want to be not genuinely commune with beavers. But if there is... Yeah, if it's AI, shoot it with hammers. But if it's not AI, beautiful. The floor that we want to replace this with is stock up. This is a thing. This is a legitimate reason we would not want to rush out Yarok. Because rather than rushing out Yarok, we want to go look for the woodland critters that are going to claw your eyes out. I think that's a totally fine thing to do. If we want to be incredibly critter-pilled, we do like commune with beavers. This is another situation for me to talk about how fucking good Memories Returning is. This is another reason where we may not want to ramp to Yarok because, again, we're trying to get the shit that Yarok is going to be a doubler for. And then there's other stuff where I think the finality's fine here. So if we really want to play Risen Reef, and we really want to... Well, we're really just trying to reef on them. If we want a Risen Reef and we're in green, this is the situation where I would begin using tutors. Your tutors can come in one of two flavors. We can either go the green route, or we can go the Golgari route. If you go the Golgari route, it will work a little bit better with things like Lumra, because you will be milling yourself. You will be using things like Buried Alive, which is extremely critter-pilled. This happens to squirrels all of the time. And then you can just yank Risen Reef back up out of the graveyard. That is a totally appropriate thing to do in bracket level 3. Oh, and Tario, thank you for the 10-bit cheer and bringing up Mythos of Brokos. So this is 4 mana. If you're using Sultai, you get to tutor a thing into your graveyard and then re-handmate 2 things. So this can grab you Risen Reef and like a fetch land, or Risen Reef and another useful creature that's in the graveyard. Do you think it's worth running the Lotus Light Dancers? I think these could be Disney extras. This is a very powerful effect if we're doing Reanimator. If you put them in, I would lean a little bit more towards Reanimator. So like rather than Spelunking, rather than Exploration, rather than Ancient Green Warden, and rather than like Undergrowth Champion, probably even one or two of these counter spells, I would be doing more things like Conduit of Worlds to have better access to my graveyard. Yeah, Mill and Reanimate, that is the flex seal that we can just slap onto a deck that's lacking in card draw. And the thing is, Yarok is a massive fucking fan of self-mill. Because with that, you get to do... Okay. Look at this guy, who can both help you get a land drop for Yarok, and if you play him after you have played Yarok, now you get double mill. There's an elemental Mildor, can't remember his name now. Get that human out of my face. What about a satyr? Is this cute enough? Hold on, Dirty. Talk to me, Dirty. Wait. Don't be racist on my stream, Dirty. Is this okay? He's got goat legs. We can we can take Steve. Okay. Okay. So this is not directly mill, but I think it's functionally the same because it has an ETB effect that will either get you a land drop for your commander or will get you land, or we'll do it twice, which is a totally good thing. In keeping with the theme of creepy Disney shit, I'm then going to immediately recommend Ripples of Undeath. Ah yes, Branchwood Prowler is another version of this effect and is the very cutesy one. We have Bramble Familiar already. Look at this guy. Isn't he adorable? Wouldn't you pet him? Wouldn't you let him nibble your toes? Dirty would. And so if we do this, we can do a lot of mill. And then I think I already know the answer. Okay, so a Rose and Bloom. I'm going to do a dirty impression for this card. Get that stinky, no good, non-squirrel looking piece of shit out of my face! Did I get it, Dirty? Did I get it in one? Carl, I was trying to recommend Metamorphosis Fanatic. However, Dirty is critter-pilled. Dirty is deeply critter-pilled. We're not doing humans. I'm from Detroit, so it's more nasal. Gotcha. Next time I'll get it. This looks like the skull of a critter. Can we accept this? Because this is going to be a phenomenal tool to fill our graveyard. This is one of the hallmarks of every Sultai graveyard fuck-around deck. Speciest, Rose. Speciest. Precision matters. But in general, there's a laundry list of cards that we can use. There's Ripples of Undeath. There is Grisly Salvage. Yeah, rob your Tival list. And then we want to get into... Honestly, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to see what cards care about Graveyard, were Sultai, and we're from motherfucking Bloomborough. Okay, this is Graveyard to Hand, which we don't care about a ton. This is not a creature, so it's not doing exactly what I want either. But this is a deeply fair card. And if we have stuff with good ETBs, this can get truly, truly fucked up. Like, you might actually be able to take this card to new heights because we get to make 2 copies of it. And so if we reanimate Avenger of Zendikar, if we reanimate Rottenmouth Viper, we get a second copy, another copy of its ETBs. So this can bring up some of our finality stuff. It would also work for Mossborn Hydra. So like stone cold usable, 20 cent card for you. There's Hazel's Brewmaster. That's whatever. All these terrible, terrible rats. Okay, how do we feel? How do we feel about the evil critter warlock? How do we feel about the Satanist squirrel? Because this could be very useful for a self-mill strategy. I know it's not an elemental, but he is cut. I think I can vibe with it. Okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down then. So this gets our useful creatures out, and we want our creatures to be engines. What else can we work with? Stargaze, not a bad option for card selection. I'm uber squirrel pilled. Disastrous. What the fuck is this art, man? I'm not even gonna recommend this evil beast to you, but what the fuck is happening here? Expend 8 is copium. Oh, this is all of them. Ugh, good golly gosh. I think that's probably where we're stopping, to be honest. Yeah, so we're stopping there. We're getting rid of the Bloomborough requirement, and I'm gonna see if there's any other elementals we can work with. So bounce elemental, that super does not matter. Is technically an ETB. We could ramp everybody, but who cares? We talked about this guy already. We have this man. Ooh! This man is quite good. And is an elemental. You cannot tell me to get the sneaky human out of your face because it is merely some goo shaped like a human. Don't look at Nyx Bloom. Look at Cavalier of Thorns. Bad, dirty, bad. Stop it. We just got you to cut Panharmonicon. You can't pick up meth. You can't drop marijuana for meth. No Nyx Bloom. I was running all 3 Cavaliers, but they were all triple pips, so I got scared. This Cavalier specifically, I think we can work with because your Sultai deck is probably, should be leaning green anyway. Let me honestly just do EDH rec rank for these. Fuck that guy, we have that guy. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy, we have that guy. Are we beefing with Morrow? He's doing the same thing as, or he's doing almost the same thing as one of our Titanias. Do we, or do you fuck with Badgers? Do you fuck with Typhlosion? Are you down to summon some 3/3 Typhlosions with me? We have Risen Reef. I don't even think you need this guy, if I'm being straight up. Don't talk to me about those dirty fucking humans, Sid. We have this one. Splinter Fright. Alright, no ETB, which I realize is going to make you recoil in horror. However, Upkeep Mill is very useful to these types of strategies. I'm not going to recommend Cavalier of Night. Oh yeah, the trample's nice too. I think we kill this guy with hammers. We could do this if we're really down bad, but I don't think it's necessary. Hey, this is stupid. I will defend this card with nothing other than the phrase, "Oh Lord, he comin'." I submit this for your consideration, Dirty. Oh Lord, he tangling that liege. I like him. Perfect. Kill Panharmonicon for him. Another target card with a kicker ability. Jesus fuck, they hate us. Is my deck the one that can run Evercoat Ursine? Oh. Oh god, I feel like the apothecary people only ask for poison. Like, this card's cute, it shouldn't be evil, but I'm only ever asked to help with terrible, terrible things. It's like, dog, you can do it. If you are willing to lose the necessary games to get people to accurately threat assess your deck, because this is so fucking cute. This is so fucking cute. But if you are willing to get kicked in the chest enough times for people to be like, oh, okay, it's actually Yarok stuffed animals. It's not Yarok combo. Yes, your deck is the one that can use Evercoat Ursine. I give you my blessing. To Hideaway 3 4 fucking times. Look at the borderless. Yeah, he's cute. I'm not gonna debate it. Listen, you want me to depower a Sultai deck? Say less, Brother Bear. I'm with you. I am with you, okay? And then from there, I think that is probably all the cute stuff we're gonna put in. And your assignment from here is we want to have a lot of our ramp that is currently just saying, like, get a land or whatever. So, like, abundant growth. Oh, thank you. So, like, abundant growth, which does have an ETB, but abundant growth, exploration, tangled florahedron, spelunking. You want to turn these into these, like, on ETB, either get me a land or ETB mill me, something that's going to play into this graveyard plan a little bit more. I think if anything, we have a little bit too much interaction. We're in Sultai. We're probably going to be Sultai big mana if the Yarok plan happens at all. I would recommend investing more heavily in big one-sided pieces of interaction. There's even, like, Yarok, then I play this. Fuck all of them. Who's them? Everybody you love. Because I doubt we're going to be taking breaks on our way to Yarok to counterspell stuff. We're not playing any damn dirty knife ears. Then we kill this guy as well. And then we get some self-mill going. We have a little bit of this reanimate. We have a little bit of this play from graveyard going. And then we fuck it up with critters and gooey boys. And then you're home, Dirty. I can get behind that. We're getting a little crowded, but I can get behind this bit. We're using just dumb enough cards that I can officially support a Sultai player's plan. No, Vaxrung, don't suggest Astral Dragon. We just made peace. We just made peace. Oh, cemetery tampering would be cute. This would be another way to scratch the hideaway itch. Thank you, Domino. But Dirty, this will be where we end it for your deck. Thank you very much for the submission. I hope this helped. Dragoon, if you suggest Field of the Dead again, I will fucking get you. And that's where we're going to end stream for today. We're going to raid out. We'll be live again tomorrow. Doing more of the same. I don't know why I pointed over there. I'm tired, guys. Doing more of the same. And then probably doing Darkest Dungeon and a little bit of custom card stuff tomorrow as well, because we only have three or four people on the schedule. So thank you all for coming. Thank you for staying through this big long stream. I appreciate it very, very much. None of our homies are live right now. So if anybody has suggestions for who we should raid, let me hear them. The raid message is going to be the Indestructible Justin rant, which you can pull up with !Voltron. Narrowfield, thank you for the 200 additional bits. I appreciate that contribution very, very much. Raid the horniest VTuber. We'll take the second recommendation, which is Arkulf. Who's this? Stardew Valley streamer? Cute as hell. Everybody, be very nice to them. We don't know this person. Do not scare the hoes, but hit them with the Indestructible Justin rant. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for coming. And please remember to stay toxic. YouTube, that's just it for us, but I will be back tomorrow at noon Pacific. Goodbye, everybody.